Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you? My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for showing up. If you did, say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
There's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. No babies.
T-minus 4 days.
4 days till
big album drops.
Chill Millie Boobies.
Kill Billy Doogie. Whatever, as long as they get it, they'll figure it out.
You can find it. You'll find it out there.
They'll get Mary Santora and it'll come up.
Yeah.
Hey, Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Happy Monday, white people.
I'm in a good mood today.
Me too.
Let's not ruin it. I don't know why I'm in a good mood. I try not to question these things. It's absolutely random. You know, like some days you'll wake up and you'll know immediately it's going to be an uphill climb. You don't know why.
Yeah.
You know?
I believe it's because you wake up on the wrong side of the bed.
Oh, the wrong side of the... Yeah, but I
Yeah.
sleep on the same side of the bed.
Right, but sometimes it becomes the wrong side.
Or did you start your day off on the wrong foot?
I started my day off on both feet. Well, I start my day off on my knees because, of course, as you know, the Marky Mark Wahlberg method and the Funky Bunch. I drop my Funky Bunch into my BVDs, and then I drop to my knees for a full 30 minutes of prayer.
Okay.
So I don't start my day on the wrong foot. I start my day on both knees, Mary.
You go from sitting on the edge of the bed directly to your knees on the ground. Okay.
I go thunk. Yeah, that's right. And I really got to drop because our bed's high.
Yeah.
I really got to drop. So, but I do that. It's all part of my Catholic upbringing, right?
Yeah.
There can be no fun, only pain and suffering.
Right.
Anything good that happens in your life, you didn't earn it. You must suffer. So that's how I start my day. No, I was coming into work this morning. I was like, I feel pretty good today. I mean, again, I don't know. Everything's the same. There's no one here. You know, I'm like doing a lap. Lights are off. Offices are empty. Whatever. But I'm like, I feel pretty good today.
Yeah. This morning was a morning where I was like a 7 out of 10. I wasn't like super happy, but I was like, you know what? It's a big week. Tomorrow's my 9-year comedy anniversary. Album's coming out. Got myself a little coffee treat, and I was like, we'll have a day today, you know?
Mm-hmm. Coffee treat. That's right. Well, I had a very productive weekend, which I liked. You know, my wife she'll look at our daughter and go, Daddy's antsy. Because I'm like, 7 a.m. on Saturday. I'm like, all right, here's what we got to do. Because I don't have time to get anything done during the week. So I have to maximize my time on the weekends. So I had a very productive weekend. I got a lot of things done around the house. I hung some blinds. Ooh. I did our taxes.
Yeah.
I did some spackling and painting. Oh. I replaced some hardware around the house.
Neat.
What is spackling? Like covering small holes?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you sand it and paint it, and
Okay.
Spackling putty is what it's called.
Okay.
And so anyway, I get a lot of stuff done, and then yesterday I go, we're supposed to get more snow. I'm out of ice melt, salt, whatever. I'm gonna go out and get some. Good luck. I had no clue that it is not in existence. I had no idea. I went to like multiple hardware stores and AutoZones.
You just have to buy a hair dryer and a bunch of extension cords at this point. You're not getting any ice melt.
Just get a salt grinder from your kitchen and.
But I didn't realize that was what was going on. And I walk into the AutoZone, and at this point, I'm like 4 or 5 stores in. I'm like, one of the stores had a sign that said, we don't have any rock salt, we don't have any snow shovels. And the kid at AutoZone goes, well, the state has a salt shortage, and that's why everybody is on their own and scooping this stuff up. And I go, oh, well, then I'm going home, because if nobody, I didn't know that I hadn't seen anything that said that the state had a shortage of salt.
Don't we have a mine under the lake?
The Cargill salt mines?
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't they ship that out? It's not like they grind it up and throw it up on the road.
But they could go get more.
I don't know how that works.
Neither do
I imagine if they could, they would.
Someone probably owns it.
Or is there like a little...
You mean like the Cargill company?
Probably owns it, yes. Funky Bunch. Cargill and the Funky Bunch own it.
Unless it's like Zoolander, where there's men mining the salt by hand with little...
Yeah.
Merman,
Dad. Merman.
That's why it's taking so long. I don't know.
Right. The winter storm created a high demand that they've never seen before in 42 years of business, they say, out there. And so I had no idea. They're bringing in salt from Cincinnati and Chicago and Canada. And I mean, it hasn't been that crazy this winter.
Unless we're shipping it to other places, like Texas, places that don't have salt.
I guess maybe that's what's going on.
Yeah.
But so anyway, I walk in and, I go, you guys out of ice melt? The guy goes, yeah, nobody has any. The state's got a shortage. And so everybody's I'm like, okay, well, anyway, whatever. But I got a lot of other things done that made me very happy. Because I'm really not good sitting and doing nothing. I'm just not.
Yeah.
And I wish that I was.
I thrive.
I'm no good with that. Like I've got to be doing something.
I feel like doing nothing and thriving are opposites.
Not the way I do it.
You do nothing and thrive at the same time. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. So I mean, there are times where I'll have to rally myself. My daughter, when she plays, she has these elaborate backstories. So we kind of have to take notes along the way. She'll go, okay, pretend I'm a cat and you didn't know I was there. And then I'm going to come around the corner and I'm like, okay, hold on. So what's your name? That kind of thing. I want to be good. But we did get to a point over the weekend where Gwen and I are both like, we didn't like snap. We didn't snap, but we looked at her and we both go, our parents never played with us. Do you realize that? Like our parents didn't play with us. It was go do something and, but I'm not good with just sitting around. Because I'm kind of like, we've talked about this, where you feel like watching TV is a waste of time because you're sitting there going, I should be writing something.
I should be
creating
anything.
something. Yes. I should be, yeah. So I'm trying to figure out, and I've been that way my whole adult life, is I'm like, I should be writing something. I should be, because, but
you also have to have downtime for
the recharge.
That is true,
and that's why
that's what sleep is.
But like doing different things, like things that aren't related to this show are good things to do. Like doing things around your house, that's a good way to recharge and kind of reset your brain.
Right,
so, like,
because
I get that completely.
there isn't one way, something might occur to you while you're doing something completely unrelated.
Yes.
It's a good thing to do.
Or you can just do it just to do it, and it doesn't have to be at all related to your job.
Well, I'm in the same category as you, because I was, for a long time, I'm like, well, if I don't go live my life, I won't do anything that's relatable that I can write about. Like, that's how I looked at it, where I'm like, yes, I have stand-up and I have this and I have that, but if I'm not doing things that everyone else is doing, if I only focus on stand-up, then I can't relate to other people. And instead of being like, oh, I'm going to go to the gym because I like it, I'm like, oh, what can I do at the gym while I'm like, what can I write a bit about while I'm at the gym? You know what I mean? Like for the experiences or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not so worried about relating to people because that's never been like my main thing anyway. I figure if people relate to me, that's good. You know what I mean? Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. But yeah, I would love to be one of those people who, like Bill says, thrives doing nothing. That would be great. People who just kind of sit there, like Putty on the airplane, just sits there for the whole ride over to Europe, just staring ahead, not reading a book, staring ahead. I'd love to be that person. Where you could just sit and do nothing and feel okay about it.
Do you ever have glimpses of that? Where like you have an afternoon, say you like Saturday, you knocked all your stuff out by 1 p.m. and you kind of just sit for a half hour and you don't really nothing.
I'm looking for more things that need to be done. So it's like
that's too much.
Like that sounds
I understand,
terrible.
and I cop to this.
Yeah.
I understand this. I'm not trying to make life difficult for other people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so if my wife and my child want to sit and like watch Simpsons or something, happy to do it right there. But it's like I said, first and foremost, I can't get things done during the week. So I have to do them on the weekend. So it's like when I get those done, but then I feel I'm like, I got this stack of books.
Your little knee is bouncing as you're sitting
really
watching
is.
Simpsons. Yeah.
Gwen's like, you're all antsy. I'm like, I'm really trying not to be. I'm trying not to be. I don't know how much time I have left. You know what I'm saying?
Very true.
I got a young kid. To me, in my mind, I'm like, if I keep moving, doing stuff, that's going to keep my brain mossy. It's going to keep me moving. I'm in no position to be sitting and doing nothing. I can't.
I like working for the
I got bills
pause.
to pay.
Yeah, but you are paying those bills. You don't have to constantly be going. And I work for the pause. Like, I like having that Saturday morning where you get a bunch done so that you can do nothing for a little while.
And I get that.
Feeling.
And I get that, and I wish I could have that feeling.
You can. You just have to believe in yourself.
It was
Or
inside
stop
me the
believing in
whole
yourself.
time.
Something like that. You
All
just
right.
got to stop.
The relaxation has been inside you the whole time.
Oh, all right, good. Okay, I've got $1,000, close to $230 to give to you. It's your next chance to grab a buck ton of cash. This is your last week to do it, by the way, at least for this round of giveaways. This will end on Friday. So if you've ended up empty-handed so far, you'll have another chance coming up at 2:30. If you want to text here, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox
the delivery sucks.
The Alan Cox Show
On 100.7
WMMS.
Have you heard this?
No. Is this Green Day?
It is. First new Green Day in about a year for the NHL. It's called Here Comes the Shock. They're doing some Lake Tahoe stuff this coming weekend for the NHL.
They did this past weekend, too.
Was it this past weekend?
Yeah. Got a little too
they
warm.
dropped Here Comes the Shock. Shows you how bored bands are. They just want to get out and do stuff. Because you could have gotten any band to do this. It does sound like a song written expressly for a sports event, though. And if there's a band eventually called The Shock, it sounds like a WNBA team. There probably was a WNBA team called the Shock. Maybe they'll pay Green Day for that. I don't know. I like the song. Anytime Green Day wants to do something, I'm there for it. Who was that?
That was my coffee treat.
His coffee treat is coming back to exact its revenge.
That was the shock that they
in
were
her
talking
throat.
about.
That's right. How's the thrush, by the way?
Gone, dude. I still have to take this. Literally, my whole mouth is cleared up. Haven't had a problem since I started taking that medicine last Wednesday, and legitimately Thursday night, I had nothing going on. Because like I said, mine wasn't super bad. It wasn't like the pictures you see on the internet.
You got to catch it early.
I caught it early. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I still have to swish with that medicine and drink it for the next 10 days, but completely cleared up.
I heard from multiple people, both inside this building and outside this building, how entertained they were by the Week in Cox this Sunday morning, that so much so, because the two high points of the Week in Cox were Mary's thrush diagnosis and Poundcake thinking that Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch referred to Marky Mark's balls.
Big week.
Yeah. I know we've all posted that clip on our social, but people were like, I was up early doing something and listened to the Week in Cox and then went, because we podcast it now, as a Week in Cox podcast, so they went back and listened to that. And they were like, how's Mary's thrush doing? I'm like, I'm going to find out this afternoon.
Yeah.
So
all better.
Listen and we'll see.
Well, and I have a bad habit. I'm definitely one of those people who doesn't follow the medicine directions. Like I'm so guilty of when I feel better, I stop taking it.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not a good idea.
I know that, but it's like, I'm like, man, 10 more days of this and it's already gone. But I'm like, whatever, follow the instructions.
Yeah,
do what you're
abundance of
supposed to.
caution.
I know.
Yeah. I assume that the medical professionals who are prescribing it to you know better than I do.
Are you sure?
How these things should work. I'm not sure. That's just my feeling.
They don't feel like I feel, though. They don't know how my mouth is.
That is true.
Nope, you said that is true. You talked over it.
I did. It wasn't clean. They don't know how my mouth feels.
We got like 30 of them from the segment last week, though.
From the thrush segment?
From the thrush segment. There's so many.
Well, going into that, I was like, I know this is going to happen. Like, I know that there's going to, things are going to be taken out of context, whatever, we'll figure it out. And I just needed to, share my struggle in case anyone else was also experiencing thrush.
Adult thrush.
Dude, a lot of people messaged me on
they came
Instagram.
Out of the woodwork, didn't they?
And they were like, oh, I had it last year, or I just had to take a pill, or mine was super bad. And it was a lot more people than you think.
What? Yes, as I didn't think any people were getting that as adults.
Me either.
One would be more than I thought. What delineates bad thrush from super bad thrush? Like Jonah Hill gets it? Or?
Yes.
Where it looks like you have rabies.
Yeah, seriously, because it's just how thick, oh God, it's so gross to talk about, how thick the fungus is in your mouth. So if you Google image thrush, it's like what it looks like. People have cottage cheese on their tongues and on their cheeks and stuff.
You didn't have that.
No, mine was just like the sides of my tongue were peeling.
Because it's a fungal infection.
Right.
Yeah.
See, I've always dealt with people, well, not always dealt with people, but I've been on dates where it was like, I called it quits after one date because they would talk and they would get like the spit in the corners of their mouth.
Jeez, yeah.
That is a deal breaker.
It's real gross.
And I don't know why, because it's not
their fault, but it's still a deal breaker.
It's not a disease, but I was like, why does the spit collect at the end of your mouth? And it's just like a stain on a t-shirt. Like I can't stop looking at it. He's like, so anyways, I got my degree, and I'm like, it's right there.
I got my degree. I can't date somebody with oral parentheses. I just can't do it.
And I can't believe that's something I'm so shallow about. But I wouldn't be able to kiss you because I'm just thinking about
the saliva over there.
It's right there, and it just sits there. And when it goes away, more comes in.
When I was in 6th grade, I had a little girlfriend type situation going on where you talk and you write notes and pass them in the hallway.
They're all little.
But we
6th
had
grade.
a night together, and I was planning on kissing her. But I kept licking my lips and it was grossing her out because I didn't want to have dry lips when I kissed her. But I'm 6th grade. I'm an idiot.
You saw LL Cool J and thought that was the move.
So I'm like, I got to make sure my lips aren't dry. But then they were all gross. And she's like, you kept licking your lips all night. I don't want to kiss you. I was like, I'll wipe them off. But yeah. How was your date, Poundcake?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How was your mouth this weekend?
My mouth was fine. It was very appropriate. My mouth was very appropriate, and the date was fantastic.
Where'd you go? What'd you do? Come on.
We went right up here in Independence to Wasabi, and so we sat on the sushi side, not the hibachi side, because we wanted to have a table to ourselves. And...
Wait, to say that your mouth was appropriate doesn't tell us anything. Appropriate to the date? Appropriate to the circumstances?
We didn't kiss. We didn't do any other mouth stuff.
Gotcha. Okay.
I was appropriate with the use of my mouth.
His mouth was in accordance with the CDC guidelines. That's what he's saying.
It was used for eating, not for anything else. Eating and sipping. And so we just got to know each other. He's very intellectual. He's very smart.
Look at your smile. I'm so excited for you. Yay.
Now, what does that mean that he's very intellectual?
He's an older man as well.
Oh, right.
How much older?
He's 39.
Ooh.
That's my age.
Decade.
So he's got his career, and he's got, there
he's
you go.
Really good.
His wife and his kids.
Sure, the whole thing.
But I told you, older men, for whatever reason, they love me. Guys my age, they're over it. They don't look my way because they're looking for bigger, better deal. And then guys younger than I am, I'm good for a hookup, but they're not looking to date because they're not ready to settle down. Mm-hmm. But older men, I'm a catch to them. So the only guys I've really ever dated are older than me.
Because they want to feel young.
And that's why I'm cool with that. I got to fit in somewhere. I got to know my spot.
Yeah. Same thing with straight couples.
For you.
So straight dudes date younger women.
Now, did he text you back or because usually I feel when you go on a date, you play a little bit of a game with when should I text him after we
It's been
go
so
out?
long since I've been on a date. I kind of threw that part out.
You got in the car and you're like, that was fun.
Well, no. Actually, so we went to Wasabi and the date went so well. He was like, well, I have to get up early, so obviously there's not going to be any late night rendezvous.
This was on Saturday night?
This was Saturday night.
Saturday night. Okay.
Yeah, and so we went up there to the Starbucks and we actually got coffee too. So we followed up.
At nighttime coffee.
At nighttime, but it was before 9 o'clock, so it was before they closed, and we just sat and talked.
That's cute. I love that. Good for you. Are you going to see him again? Did you make any plans to see each other again?
We're either probably going to see each other tomorrow or then the following weekend.
Awesome.
Yeah. So.
Hey.
Now, why are you so excited about that?
Because he hasn't had anybody in a long time.
Yeah.
And he's 28, and it's been, the dry spell thing aside, I'm an older guy isn't going to give him runaround BS. Most of the time.
And
they're not going to do that.
We kind of know the same people, too. Just by our mutual friends on Facebook, and we talked about people that we met because we went to the same college. So we kind of...
You're both Akron Zips.
Yeah, and obviously he was here way before I was, but...
Ouch.
Did you see him saying stuff like that on a date, though, when he's like, oh, yeah, I graduated from college in 2002, and he was like, I was in first grade.
But he knew all that stuff because he looked on...
You were in my mom's class.
He looked, and he creeped, so he's kind of like me. So he creeped, and he did his due diligence, which I liked. But it's just so funny because I was in Akron, and he still lives around that area, and we've never ran into each other. We had mutual friends, and we'd go to the same clubs and bars, and never
and that's a good
met.
thing.
It is good because honestly, I thought I met all of the ratchet people.
So he's not a ratchet.
He's not ratchet though, and that's why you didn't meet him.
But I just assumed everyone was ratchet, so I was like,
well, it is Akron
and Cleveland, but because it's kind of the same market, the gays blend together.
Yeah, it's one big gay metropolitan area. All right, good. So it was good.
It was a good date.
Yeah. All right. Got some night.
Awesome.
Listen, anytime there's nighttime coffee involved.
It's a big thing.
I'll tell you what, that's what you want before you go to bed. is a giant macchiato.
But that's telltale. Like, we don't want this date to end. What else should we do? So if you're willing to get coffee at 8 p.m.,
It was
you clearly
warm and
like the guy,
comforting.
you know? Yeah.
And I just sat there like this. I was really, you know how
you held it with 2 hands and sipped.
You got to sit there. Had my pea coat on and my snuggly little hat.
Looking
Go on.
cute AF.
And then I had to put my leg
What's the way
up.
you're sitting there looking like a sea captain?
Go on.
Yar, let's do something again very soon.
I was sure to nod and put my hand on my chin.
That's very important when you're dating someone, is to nod.
Yeah.
To nod.
Acknowledge.
And acknowledge that I'm listening, and then he would ask me questions, and I'm like, just nodding.
Like, Cody's
Look at how
not
unnatural you are at listening.
He's not actually listening. His brain just goes nod, and it's like off. Like it's at a pause or something.
Right.
That's the beauty.
Maybe you should pretend you're on a date with me every day during the show. Since that's apparently where you shine in the listening department.
Nodding is the worst.
That's
He
the
looks like
beauty
those
of-
little parrots that dance on the internet, don't they?
Yeah, the people you pull up behind a car, they got one of those toy chihuahuas
Yeah.
in the back
Yeah.
with a head that bobs up and down, or the bird that takes a drink
There-
of water.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
him. That's a little Poundcake. All right, I've got $1,000 to give to you here. This is the last week for it, but there's still plenty of chances for you to grab a buck ton of cash, so listen closely and good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. It's a buck ton of cash. Time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword CASH, C-A-S-H, to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's CASH to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
Was there anything more that you wanted to tell us before I move on?
Anything more?
Yeah.
No.
I'm just asking.
I was going to say, you know something I
No,
don't?
no. I had to give away the money. I wanted to make sure that we got the gist of it.
No, it was just
okay.
funny because he listens to the show. So, I mean, I didn't have to, build myself up so much. He already knew a lot.
Well, then what was all the creeping online about? What else is he going to find that you haven't talked about here?
I just was...
I fully understand investigating somebody if they're like a civilian, but we talk about everything here. So.
Well, he when we were texting, I was caught by surprise because he said, "Oh, what's your morning job?" And I was like, I don't put my morning job on Facebook, or I rarely talk about it here. And he was just like, "Well, I've listened to the show." I was like, "You must really listen to the show to know that I have a morning job." So I was just like surprised that he knew that. Yeah, that's all.
All right. Alan, my father works at the salt mines. They're currently shut down for 4 weeks to work on the shaft. You gotta work on the shaft.
Gotta salt the shaft.
It is so underrated. Sometimes you want to talk about paying attention and nodding. You want to work on the shaft. They want to be more productive for summer, he said, when the ships come in.
So the ships need salt?
They're shipping it out.
That's how
Somebody
they're
said they got
transported, I
100,000,
To where? Canada?
Port of Cleveland has 100,000 tons of salt delivered a few months ago, shipping out 85 to 100 trucks a day. So I don't know where it all goes, but I just had never heard until I was out over the weekend going to places looking for stuff. I hadn't heard anything about a shortage in the state.
I wonder what the math is on that. Like, how much does one truck, how many miles of salt is that?
I don't know.
Like, I would be
I don't know what the truck to mile ratio is.
Is one truck one
Conversion.
town?
Don't know.
Oh, I was wondering why you were measuring salt in miles and not like pounds.
Well, I'm just saying, like, how many salt
get what
trucks
you're
do you
saying.
need for a city?
Yeah. I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. Alan Cox Show After Hours line, you can always leave us a message there. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey guys, it's Albert. I just want to congratulate Mary. I saw that over the weekend she watched Endgame and cried because of how emotional it was. I'm assuming she watched, she watched Infinity War and cried. I'm assuming she watched Endgame and cried even more. It's okay, Mary. I've been collecting comics since I was 7, 33 years now. I've seen Endgame about 1,000 times, and I still cheer and cry like a little baby. Bill, we've got her. We turned her, buddy. Pretty soon she's going to be coming here telling us how much country music sucks, and that'll be a glorious day.
Man.
Talk
I would
to you guys
cheer
later.
like...
Love you.
Watched Endgame and cried. First of all, I've been reading comic books more than all y'all, and I ain't crying at these movies. I still don't get it.
Well, I came over to my boyfriend's house yesterday, and he had Infinity War on, and it was like the last 45 minutes of the movie. And he was like, have you ever watching these? I'm like, I've caught, like, movies as they came out. So I saw Iron Man in the theater, and then I saw Deadpool, but I didn't see any of them in between. Like, I've never followed it, and every time I've watched a comic book movie, I've enjoyed it. They're funny, and they're action, you know what I mean? And so I guess the last 45 minutes is when, like, everything's happening, and I'm not trying to give anything away. I know it came out forever ago. But, like, as these things are happening...
Yeah, that dude, Albert's seen it 1,000 times, he said. Yeah. That's a lot of times.
Well, I'm, like, watching it, and I'm not super invested in the characters, but just the emotions that go into it and how well it was done, I'm literally sobbing. And I'm like, I feel so bad for his family. My boyfriend is looking at me like,
family of these fake characters.
Right. Well, he's looking at me like, you have no interest in this. You're watching 45 minutes of this huge, long series. And
that was like a culmination of all these other movies coming together.
Right.
And you got that invested that quickly. That's how good they are.
Well, and I'm like that all the time, though. And, okay, this will be a spoiler alert because the show is so old, okay? The first episode of Sons of Anarchy that I ever saw, I kind of the same thing. I came in while someone else was watching it, and it was the episode where Gemma kills Jax's wife.
Tara.
And I was...
Now, don't tell anybody what she used.
I won't.
Because it's pretty gross. Oh, that Tara, that Maggie Sif.
So cute.
So hot. She's on the show Billions. So good.
So... I've caught like 10 minutes, like the scene leading up to her killing her, and same thing. I was crying my eyes out, and that was the only. I had no idea who the characters were, so I get emotionally invested very quickly, which is off-brand for me. But yeah, we watched. I did a podcast, and then we watched Endgame after that. And it was awesome. They were really good. And I do owe Bill an apology for giving him so much crap for seeing Endgame 26 times in the theaters or whatever. But it was really good.
I think I saw it 4 times in the first day that it was out. Yeah.
It was awesome.
I don't get it. I mean, I like these movies, and I read all those comics, and I mean, I grew up reading comic books, loved it. But these, I remember when that movie was in the
very long.
Movie was in the theaters, and people would be posting on Twitter like the clip of like when Captain America catches Thor's hammer, and the theater goes insane.
That's how it was.
I'm like, okay, let's. I mean,
when I saw the night that it came out, the entire theater just lost their mind because they've been waiting for that moment. You kind of know what's coming, but then when it finally happens, it was just fun, and it's just an exciting moment.
They were absolutely fun movies.
Yeah.
The crying I don't get.
I just get emotionally invested in things, and that's who I am. Come on.
I think you're an easy crier. That doesn't mean emotionally invested.
No.
It means you're an easy crier.
But I get like sucked in so quick, which is why I purposefully avoid.
What part made you cry?
I guess it's been a while when they all started turning into dust and they're all just floating away, and I'm like, what about? And like at the beginning of or no, it was the end of the other one when Hawkeye's whole family's gone, and I'm
you
like,
were aware that these were like major characters, and
right,
you know.
and just. Here's the other thing. I'm grieving pretty hard right now about my dad dying.
Yeah, she's got some other things going on.
Okay, I understand.
And I told him, we were watching Endgame, and I looked at Brian, my boyfriend, and I was like, I think this just might be too soon for me because all these big major characters are dying, and I feel that so closely
that I understand.
Right now,
yeah.
You know? So that
There's
was a
probably
big part
car
of it.
commercials that are making you cry right now. Yeah, I understand that.
You know, the car commercials where the dad dies?
Yeah, where he fades into dust, and there's no one at the wheel, and in the car with the family careens over the
0% APR, 0% father.
If you'd been driving a Kia Telluride, that family would have lived.
I had an ugly cry on Saturday. I was watching
I need to stop you right there, Bill, because I've got to take a break. But that's what we call a tease in the business. Next, we'll be digging into Bill's ugly cry. He just had to one-up you, didn't he?
He always does.
He just had to one-up you.
Well, this is a tie because she cried about the same thing, so we can relate to this. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Ooh, it's going to be a Face-Off, which they're rebooting, by the way. Did you hear about that?
No!
They're rebooting the movie Face-Off.
Oh, talk about a tearjerker.
Edgar Wright, or somebody's going to do it. Yeah, right?
Ooh, Edgar Wright, I like that.
Yeah. Okay, let me break. If you want to get a text in, 35192. If you are on hold, I'll grab you on the way back. If you want to join us on the phone, 21.
enjoy that sickening middle of the night, what am I gonna do with my life? Feeling in the afternoon.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007. Get us on the phone. 800-348-1007. 35192 if you want to send me a text. Cavaliers are having a tough time right now. They have lost 10 straight by double digits, 9 of those 10 games, by the way. And so they're going to get another crack at trying to win tomorrow night. The Atlanta Hawks will be in town. That's a 7 o'clock start here on WMMS. 6:30 is when that pregame will begin. If you're into hockey, however, there is a Monsters game tonight. They are in Rockford, Illinois, to play the Ice Hogs. That puck drops 7 o'clock. We air those on 1350 The Gambler, which is evidently a station we have. So that's where you'll have Monsters hockey. So no Cavs tonight, but hockey, which in my personal opinion, just as important. Love hockey. So Monsters, Ice Hogs tonight. 1350 The Gambler at 7 o'clock. I'll tell you who my current favorite, and I mentioned this not only because he set a record last night, my favorite current Cavalier is a guy named Jarrett Allen, because he looks like he's playing basketball in 1978.
Yeah.
He just looks like a guy in 1978, but he added himself to a pretty prestigious list last night. He's only the 8th player in NBA history to get 25 points, 15 rebounds, while shooting 100% from the field. He went 11-11. So there are only 8 people in NBA history who have done that. They still lost last night.
But he had a good game.
He had a great game, got himself in the book. So he joins some people you know, some people you don't know. That's the thing with these records, is they're not always like superstars who get on this list.
Well, it's such a rare thing to do, to not miss any shots. When you take 11 and get 25 points, it's a pretty cool thing to accomplish.
Right. So he is on that list now. He joins Wilt Chamberlain. He joins Dwight Howard, Dikembe Mutombo. Wilt Chamberlain did it 7 times, but Wilt Chamberlain did everything 7 times.
Right, yeah.
He did groups of 100 women 7 times, did everything. Wes Unseld is on that. Remember Wes Unseld? Mm-hmm. Played for when the NBA was didn't they have a team in Baltimore for a minute that he played for? But so anyway, so congratulations to Jarrett Allen, but the Cavaliers, writ large, are really stinking right now.
Such a bummer, because they started the season so promising.
Yes.
And then this losing streak has just been tearing the team apart.
Right now they are promising to lose games.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to watch the show, you can, AlanCoxShow.com. Thank you to Clem Portnoy, who's helping back in the video department today. Do we know if that's a guy? Is that a Clement or a Clementine? Is that a guy or a girl that's back there?
Clemency.
Clemency?
Clemency.
Clemency,
yes.
all right. Sure, let's go
We
with
met in the
Clemency.
hallway.
Mm-hmm. All right, well,
Not
anyway.
Clemency, Clemency.
Clemency. You got to get that emphasis on the proper syllable. Right. Okay, so before we went to break, hot on the heels of Mary telling her story about crying through movies and everything, Bill says, I had an ugly cry this weekend, too. And I assume I was really mulling it over in the break. And clearly, this is an attempt to get me to admit to some kind of ugly cry over the weekend, too.
No, I'm
Didn't
to
happen.
care.
Not gonna, what's that?
Or to just care.
Well, I care about a lot of things. My caring does not manifest in ugly cries. But Bill said that he had one.
Yeah, and I don't have them that often, but this was one. I was watching the Patrice O'Neal documentary
Was it
that came
blubbery?
out. It didn't get full blubbery, but it was like a good 30 seconds where I was just letting it all out. So Patrice O'Neal, rest in peace. He passed away about 10 years ago now, and they put this Comedy Central special, this documentary about his life on, and I was watching it, and it gets to a moment where they're talking to his stepdaughter. And it reminds me, we worked together, and that's the moment that we had. I was driving back to the hotel. We were talking about our stepkids and, you know, how different it is than being like a regular parent and the challenges and stuff. And we were kind of having this moment together. So when she's talking about him being a good stepdad, it just brought on all these feelings, these relatable feelings, these memories, and I just lost it. I just started doing like a like a cowardly lion type of
dabbing your face with your tail.
Oh, yeah. I was using my dog's
That's
tail.
called going. It's called going the full Bert Lahr.
Yes, I
for
went
our
full
80.
Bert Lahr.
That's for our 80 plus demographic listeners.
Uh-huh. So yeah, that just hit me real hard.
I understand that though. In that context, I get it. See, I don't get Comedy Central, and I really want to watch that, but I don't know where to. Is it on the website or?
I have YouTube TV on accident, and now I'm like, man, I don't know if I'll cancel it because I have, honestly, because of Comedy Central.
Okay.
But $70 a month.
Well, and that's the only Comedy
really
Central
like
I had
it,
was when I had YouTube TV for like a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And then they jacked the price up. I'm like, screw that.
Yeah, I got Fubo TV, and they had it on there. So
yeah, I don't have that.
It's it's similar to like Hulu Live or whatever, but it had Comedy Central, so I watched that, and it was a really good documentary, and it was he was just such a divisive but talented human. And, very layered, very much his own worst enemy in a lot of cases. And they don't shy away from any of that stuff in the documentary. They always talk about how brilliant he is, but they also talk about how in his brilliance, there's also a fear of success that he had because he didn't want to fail because it hurt so much. So a lot of him being an a-hole was him having a guard up because he didn't want to feel like a sellout.
He will be dead 10 years this November 29th.
Yeah.
Which is hard to believe when you cast your mind back.
I also watched a documentary and was largely unfamiliar with Patrice O'Neal up until this point. I had seen a couple clips of him. He wasn't really my cup of tea. Came off as pretty misogynistic a lot of the time. And
he was on this show one time
Yeah.
many years ago.
But watching the documentary, you understand him as a person more. And I mean, again, being so close to death, watching his stepdaughter eulogize him, I was just also sobbing, but for different reasons, where I'm not as connected to him or his material or his story. I was like, oh, I know what that feels like.
What did he pass from?
He had a stroke.
He had a stroke.
From diabetes or something, yeah. And then me, like an idiot, I end up watching the documentary on his namesake, Patrice Lumumba. So I'm like, this is not funny at all. Congolese politics.
Yeah.
What?
Did Dane Cook show up in that one too?
He did.
Wow.
Yeah, but flick a peanut off my penis. Or something like that. It's really weird.
No, it's a good documentary.
You take gigs where you can get them.
Yeah.
But I got to find it because I'm like, I don't get Comedy Central.
I'll give you a login so you can use the Fubo.
Well, maybe
TV.
I'll resubscribe to YouTube TV and then cancel it.
Give me $35 and we'll split it.
Nah.
$35 a month.
All right.
Yeah.
I used cash this weekend for the first time in a long time. And I felt like Trent handing the pox-infested blankets to the natives at Fort Pitt. Because it's been
Here's
so
some
long.
disease for you.
Well, it was like, I mean, I'm sure there are some people still using cash, but I haven't used cash literally in over a year.
Mm-hmm.
And so my daughter she just turned 5, and she had gotten a series of cards with money in them.
Yeah.
And so this weekend, she wanted to go and spend some of that money. She wanted to go to Five Below. And I go, well, tell you what, give me, because we're trying to teach her, like, you give me some of your money and then we'll buy whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rather than like her give the person her money. I'm like, I'll just use my card or whatever. But it ended up being less than I thought, whatever. So I'm using her money. But I hadn't had cash in so long, it felt weird. And just
looking at it?
Well, like handing it to the girl, I felt weird. Like she was going to go, really, dude?
And then you get change back.
Yeah,
you have to jingle.
Right.
Well, it's not appropriate for royalty to jingle.
Well, the girl, the girl behind the counter had like, everybody's wearing masks, obviously, but she had like gloves on or whatever, so I wasn't that worried about it. But even if you're wearing a mask, most people aren't wearing gloves.
Yeah.
I wasn't. So it just felt weird. I'm like, God, I haven't handled cash in so long. Not only because, I mean, it's getting increasingly obsolete, quite frankly.
So the government can track you.
Dude, I like cash.
Track me through my money. God, I love that people who I know you're kidding, but it's like I love people who think that the government's tracking you.
We're going paperless now.
We're also interesting.
from bartending for so long and then working the road with stand-up, that's all cash. And so getting this job was the first time I really ever had a paycheck. I mean, I did in high school when I was working at the mall, but it was like no money, so it didn't really matter. You know?
$79 a
Right.
week.
Yeah, seriously, it was like $6 an hour for 4 hours a day. It was absolutely nothing. But now, when I first got on here and quit my bartending job, I would every paycheck when I was working here, I would go take money out of the ATM, a couple $100, just because I didn't know how to not overdraft if I didn't do that.
I understand.
Like, I'm just so used to having cash that it just seems easier for me. And this was also when I'm like, if I have all of my money and I know I have $400 to my name, I can watch it go away.
Well, that's the thing. That is, there was some study that I learned about in college where you are more likely to spend money if you have a card.
Yeah, just swipe.
So
you
don't
see it going away.
So it's good if you're a college student and you need to budget. That's what I would do. When I knew I had like $10 to make it to the rest of the week, I would literally take $10 and I'm like, all right, well, this is 10 tacos I can get from Taco Bell. And that's what I would eat on.
But it's also not hard to know how much money you have. I mean, you can keep a running
but with the
total
cents and stuff,
like
no
on
one
your
pays attention to that.
No, but I'm saying like on your phone, you can keep a running total of what you're, even if you're just using your card.
But
Nobody's
there's
like,
the
oh my
pending
God,
stuff.
I didn't know I was spending all that money. Like, you know how much.
With apps and things like
Especially
that
when
now,
you're poor, you know, down to the last cent.
it's been much easier. Like, I have the Pansy app right on my phone. So if everything shows up, as soon as you swipe it, it's right there. You know what I mean?
What's the Pansy app?
It's a new type of banking app. You don't have it? It's like Venmo or PayPal.
I've never heard of Pansy.
Pansy is because that's where your pockets are.
It's where your pockets are,
makes sense,
and it measures how much money you have based on pairs of pants. So it's like, oh, you have 9 pairs of pants worth of money in your account. So you can see it one leg at a time disappear.
It comes down to dollars per pant, I
Yes.
believe is the ratio.
Yeah.
See, I've never learned to
Buy stock in that right now. Mm-hmm. That's gonna blow up.
I've never actually learned to budget. I just learned to go without. Like, I don't budget for anything. I'm just like, I know I can't
Just
have.
once you're out of money, you're like, okay, now it's time to.
Well, it's not even that.
take
Like,
it easy.
if I know if I want something, I'm like, all right, well, I can't Uber Eats this week, or I can't drink alcohol this week. I will cut something out, and that's my form of budgeting.
Well, that's short-term budgeting. That's still budgeting. It's just not like laid out long term. I want to save $5,000
Well,
by the
it's
end of the
also
year.
impossible. You know, people are getting harped on to budget. Like, here's how you make a budget. And there are some people who don't keep track of things. But it's also, there's a lot of people who they have more going out than coming in.
Mm-hmm.
So budgeting is next to irrelevant.
Right.
I mean, when you're like, I don't want to starve, so let's see what doesn't get paid.
My brother called me crazy because I never fill my tank up full, ever. I always put it, I know exactly the amount of money to get it on a half tank, and I just leave it on half tank. And then, because I'm like, I don't know when I don't need to have a full tank to get back and forth to work every day. I know I'm going to do that. I know I have enough gas to do that for the next couple of days. But the rest of the money that I would be putting in my tank, I could use for other things.
I was very good at the financial maneuvering when I was real broke, where you know you have this bill at this day in the month and you have this one at this day, and so you're making sure that you have enough money for those two things in between, and like moving things around and just doing everything that you can to make sure you don't get those overdrafts or something like that. Or like I got to put this on this credit card, even though I really shouldn't be using my credit card because I just don't have money to get to the end of the month, so I got to like kind of be a little tricky about it.
You ever pay off a credit card with another credit card?
All the time.
Oh, yeah.
People do that every day.
I've never. I don't have a credit card. So
I messed up my credit when I was
You
18.
can pay off a credit card with another credit card?
As long as it
Transfer
has like a
balances, yeah.
Visa logo or anything like
Oh,
that.
balance
yeah.
transfer.
Or, no, you can pay it off with another
Well,
credit
yeah,
card.
I know, but I mean, you can also do like balance transfers and stuff too.
I had a credit card through my bank, and then I had a credit card at American Eagle where I worked, and I would pay off my American Eagle credit card with my bank credit card. It wasn't a debit card. It was like another line of credit, and it was like $250. But I mean, you're just moving the debt around. That's all you're
No, I
doing.
understand.
Right, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, that was my
going
financial
anywhere.
maneuvering, was just moving the debt around
Yeah.
to like figure out just where I could have something free to, you know, get groceries or whatever
Yeah.
I needed.
Well, let's split that YouTube then so I can get the Patrice documentary.
Okay.
And then
Yeah.
I'll cancel or
Give
you'll
him a-
cancel. All right.
I'm not going
I'm
to
not
cancel it.
anti-cop. I used to be when I was young, but not now. I'm 41. I own shit. I like cops. Cops are here for people that own shit. I don't hate cops like I used to hate cops, because that's no one else to call when a nigga... When you own shit, this is a young table. When you own shit, you'll like the cops. Trust me. When I was young, holy bro. 26? Well, you're getting close. What's your credit? Credit good? Credit's good? Did you buy anything yet? You own anything? What do you own? That don't count. You know I'm a slick bastard, but it's all right. There's a lot of white people here. Pick up yourself. I own What do you own? And the thing is, you didn't want a straight lie, so you said a car. And there's white people sitting right here going, oh, boy. Congratulations, nigga, you own a car. Yes, you work hard, young man.
Mm-hmm. Now the guy in the audience is pushing 40 now. Think about that.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Here come Tolu.
There was nobody I've ever seen work a crowd and do crowd work and go in and out of bits like Patrice O'Neal. When I worked with him,
You were like breathless in the crowd. Like you could not catch your breath.
But then there'd also go like long, like what felt like long segments where he's just talking, but it's not boring. It's interesting, but he was never afraid of the silence because he had a lot to say. He was very well read and he was very thoughtful and had such unique perspectives. Like where Mary's talking about, he came across misogynistic, but he also would explore the feminist side of things. Like he would read these books that were like looking at things from all these different angles. So he had almost earned his misogynism and was using it as a way to actually say something more clever than what you thought. Like he was using it as a way to like put your guard up so that he could kind of get around it.
Well, him and Bill Burr, I look at the same way.
Yeah.
Where 90% of their premises, I'm like, all right, here we go. I hate everything about what you just said. That sentence sucks, you know? But it's like, I was...
Women be shopping!
Well, I was watching Patrice's Elephant in the Room. I had never seen it before after the documentary. And at one point, I said out loud, I was like, all right, make me laugh. Because I did not like the premise so much.
That Natalie Holloway bit is so good, though.
That was the one. And I was
Yeah,
like, all right,
that's a
make me
good
laugh.
hunk.
Here we go. But it was... I do that with Bill Burr a lot, too, where I'm like, God, I don't want to laugh at this. And I really, really disagree with a lot of what you're saying, but that was so funny and so clever.
It's involuntary.
There's nothing you can do.
You don't know what you find funny. A lot of people are calling Poundcake a dumbass for doing the half fill up your tank, by the way.
My brother calls me a
FYI.
dumbass, too. I know.
Yeah,
Gas prices fluctuate, so that's stupid.
Okay.
What's the difference if you fill up the tank once or twice? You still go the same distance and pay the same price. Listen, he's got his system, okay? Let him have his system. He's driving a Mercury Mulan.
I don't think I've ever
It's
had
not on top of the world.
I think I probably had my car on full probably like one time since I've
Such
had
a good feeling to have it full, though.
I love it on full, and I will try to push it as far as I possibly can on full because it tells me how many miles I have.
Mine does, too.
And I top out at like, I think 510, and I'm like, all right, let's try to get it to 600. I'm like, click, 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 click. Click for the next 15 minutes. People lining up behind me. Come on, man. Shut up. Click, click, click.
It says don't top off. He's topping off.
Click, 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 click. Hey, you're dripping out the back. Click, click, click. All right, I've got a break. If you're on hold, I'll grab you on the way back. 35192 if you want to text, and you can listen to us anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center.
Available everywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting.
iHeartRadio, #1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app. And this week is True Crime Podcast Week. Discover the best of the best, like The Apology Line, My Favorite Murder, Return Man, a long shot series, Evil by Design, and dozens more. Plus, this year's winner for Best True Crime Podcast, Crime Junkie.
Hi, Crime Junkies.
Just open the app and tap podcasts. Ready, set, start listening, and have a great True Crime Podcast Week.
What are you guys doing here? They have to be here.
What are you doing here?
What's your excuse?
Back to the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007, 800-348-1007, 35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You want to watch live there? You can. Listen on the iHeartRadio app anywhere throughout North America. Hey, Rick.
Hello, Mr. Cox.
What's going on, Rick?
Oh, man, I'm doing okay. Hello, Bill and Miss Mary.
Hey, Rick.
Yo.
Yeah. They say yo. All right, you go, girl. Well, anyway, I'm with you on the credit cards. I have one credit card because I remember the days when you had different credit cards. I got this Platinum, MasterCard, Dining Club, and all. But what a lot of people didn't realize, whether you use it or not, you still get charged for having this. You know what I'm saying, Alan?
Yeah, like membership fees and service fees and stuff. Sure.
Right.
There's a lot of college kids back in the day. I don't know about now, but there were a lot of college kids back in the day who would have, they wouldn't even be out of college yet, and they'd have bad credit because, you know, they'd have the tables at the student union that would sign you up, and they didn't care what was going on. And it was, you know, Visa, MasterCard was one thing. Amex wasn't a credit card back then. It was a charge card, which meant that you had to pay it off every month. So you had all kinds of kids racking up Amex thinking it was a credit card when they'd get the bill at the, like you could buy a car on Amex, you just had to pay it off the next month. Now it's a credit card, but back in the day, all kinds of kids were like having Amex cards canceled, you know, written off bad debt and no bueno.
Yeah, but see, they didn't realize that. Oh, I got Dining. People, listen. But now some of them getting smart now.
Diners Club. Rick, you're dating yourself.
No, they had a credit card called the Diners Club.
I know. They don't anymore, I don't think. Did you have a JCB card, too, back in the day?
No.
Remember the Japanese Credit Bureau?
No.
That's an old-timey credit card.
No, I have one credit card. I mean, you know, and it's all right to have a little cash on you, but I don't go run into the machine. You know.
Did you ever have the Players International card? Remember that one that Telly Savalas from Kojak?
No.
Doing commercial, yeah, be a player, baby. You didn't have that one?
No, this is the first time I'm hearing about this. Is this real, Alan?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, okay. Bill.
Yeah.
You know, we going to talk sports. What's wrong with the Cavaliers?
I think they're not playing well. I don't know.
They are not
stink.
good.
They
Well, I
stink.
got that deal. They're not playing well. Why?
I think they that road trip was very difficult on them, and you also have a very young team, and then you also have, you know, these trade rumors surrounding Andre Drummond, and you know who's going to go with him if they get traded. So I think that plays a heavy toll on especially young players' psyche, where they're having a hard time focusing or feeling like they need to even give effort because of how tumultuous that situation is.
Now, Brown, do you think what's his name? He told him he's not decided what team he was gonna go to. He holding it out. What's his name?
J.J.
Bill?
Watt? Are you talking about?
Yeah, I think he said he holding it out. And that's what I'm getting. He said he haven't made up his mind what team he want to go to.
Yeah, well, you know, that's just a waiting game, and that could take a while. So
Yeah, you're
we'll
supposed
see.
to get the best money you can get, right?
Yeah, I want the right money, but you also want to be on the right team because, you know, he's a guy that wants to play for a contender. So you just got to wait it out and see, hopefully he'll come to Cleveland. That would be great for us.
Yeah, that would be, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Miss Mary, in my closing, you're gorgeous. You are gorgeous. I mean that with very, very, very much respect.
Thank you.
I'm out.
All right, thank you, Rick. In closing,
Yes.
I like that. It's got a beginning, a middle, and an end on that.
Concise,
Nah, I wouldn't go that far. But I mean, he's got his out.
The timeline
He's
is
got his
concise.
off ramp.
Concise.
There you go.
Concise.
Consist. That's right. Alan, it's bad for the environment to top off your tank. Did you learn nothing from Click and Clack? Oh, Click and Clack. Remember Click and Clack?
Yeah.
I do not.
Car Talk over on NPR. Many, many, many years I was making the constant drive from wherever I was living to Michigan to see my kids. So whether I was driving from Pittsburgh or Chicago or Cleveland to Michigan, and I would be driving invariably on Saturday mornings when Car Talk was on with Click and Clack. There were brothers from Boston who were hilarious. One of them died many years ago. I don't even know if they still run reruns of that show. But they basically said the topping off is bad because it builds up the vapors in your tank.
Ooh, then your car gets
And
the
those
vapors.
can be, that's right.
Yeah.
So that's not good. Right?
Do not do it.
That's right. All that clicking could lead to an explosion, Bill.
We were a very...
You know what that would sound like?
Yeah.
Click, click.
Uh-oh.
Click, click, boom!
We were an NPR family, which feels weird because we're not really, like, politically, I feel like NPR is way more liberal.
They wanted something to scream at all the time, probably.
No, because, like, Saturdays, we'd listen to NPR because my dad liked Click and Clack, and then he liked
Wait, Don't Tell Me. Yeah.
And then, what's it called?
What do you know?
Prairie Home Companion was like our favorite.
Old-timey kind of stuff.
We love that show, though.
Garrison Keillor got Me Too'd early on, too.
Yeah.
That's what led to that show. Our buddy Tom Papa started writing for that show.
I have a question for you, Bill.
Yeah.
With the whole Mormon Church thing. Now, obviously, I know if you're in the church and you come out as gay, that's frowned upon. But what if you're already gay?
For a while, if you came out as black, it was also frowned upon.
What if, like, I'm already gay and I want to join the Mormon Church? Am I accepted or no?
No.
They won't take my money?
I don't know.
They don't want your filthy gay money.
Because it's against the morality that the church has. So I don't know what it is now because they're always updating things like, oh no, now we need gay people because it's
because as a demographic, it's a very affluent demographic.
What is the protocol for, like, when someone comes out as gay? Are they shunned? Like,
when we would, like, get somebody ready to be baptized into the church, we'd have to ask them certain questions. They'd have to do, like, a pre-interview, and then they'd have to do...
Pre-interview?
Right. And
But
then
they're wiping your sins away.
What?
I thought like a baptism was wiping your sins away.
But if there was bigger sins, then you
Need a
had
bigger
to
pond.
find out, like, how deep they go. So, like, if someone said that they had a gay experience, then you have to call in the mission president, and he would have to talk to them and say, like, okay, are you gay? And, like, find out if, like, that was something that they're going to be struggling with.
Was it a one-time thing?
Yeah.
It was just a one-time deal.
Right.
Sir.
So, obviously, people mostly lie.
Yes, they would lie, or they say, and also something that's very common in the Philippines is, like, gay molestation when people are young. And, like, it's very, like, openly talked about in a way where they're like, oh yeah, we got molested when we were kids. That's what happens when you're a kid. And we'd be like, what? And they're like, yeah, like, some little guy comes and molests you, and you're like, it was
some old guy.
Yeah.
Just
I mean,
on the
that's old to them.
street? Yeah.
No, it just, they were very, it's one of those things where it's a culture where you think about how priests in the Catholic Church would prey on vulnerable kids. They weren't going after, like, a kid in a strong family. They're going after the single mom that has to work 2 jobs and the kid's home alone a lot. So they come to church and they, can build that relationship of trust. It's similar in the Philippines where, they go, someone with a little bit of money that has some sort of fetish or some sort of, situation that they want to be with a kid, the kids are like, well, you give me candy and money? Okay.
Oh my
God.
God.
That's how you know that QAnon has nothing to do with saving kids.
Right.
It's all hatred of liberals. That's why QAnon is all claptrap and nonsense. Because if they were really concerned about saving kids, it wouldn't be about Hillary Clinton in the basement of a pizza parlor be going against just about every organized religion on the planet.
Yeah,
if you really wanted to save the kids.
Countries like the Philippines or Thailand or place where this happens very regularly, and I don't know. Again,
plus you guys had to put up all those missionary position jokes. Yeah. That's no fun either.
16 years ago, so almost 18 years ago. So it's been a while since I was there, and I don't know what it's like. But I mean, there would be child pornography sold on the street like regularly. Like you just see, it was so gross, and it was like, why is this so prevalent here? And you talk to someone about it, like, hey, people will pay money, and then they have money, so they get away with it.
It's like in Japan, there's a lot of like that underage schoolgirl porn and things like that, you know.
What Jimmy didn't know was that Ralph was sick, a sickness that was not visible like smallpox, but no less dangerous and contagious, a sickness of the mind. You see, Ralph was a homosexual, a person who demands an intimate relationship with members of their own sex. So no matter where you meet a stranger, be careful if they are too friendly, if they try to win your confidence too quickly, and if they become overly personal. One never knows when the homosexual is about.
I don't like the demands.
Demands a personal relationship. What about an imper? By the way, great news for straight women and gay men. Disney Plus is adding The Golden Girls to their already voluminous programming schedule there.
Thank you for being my friend.
That's right. This year, Disney Plus adding the entire Golden Girls series to the streamer.
I remember I got cussed out by a listener because I said the Rodgers and Hammerstein Cinderella was on Disney Plus, and they went home and tried to look for it, and it wasn't. And I was like, oh, well.
So they were really mad at Disney, not you.
But they came at me.
Disinformation.
They came at me on Instagram, and then I was like, where did I watch that? Because I know I didn't pay for it, and it was on YouTube for free. So then I just sent her the link, and then now it is on Disney Plus. So they got Rodgers and Hammerstein Cinderella with Whitney Houston and Brandy, and now the Golden Girls.
Yeah.
So.
When does that start?
They said in 2021.
Okay.
So who knows? It could happen at any time. You know, you guys were talking about watching movies and crying. We did watch a movie this weekend that was very sweet, and there were a couple of parts where I thought maybe something was welling up, but it didn't. It's called Flora and Ulysses. Has anybody seen this pop up on Disney Plus?
No.
I think it just dropped on Friday. And apparently there's a children's book called Flora and Ulysses about this 10-year-old girl who discovers this squirrel that ends up having superpowers.
I saw the trailer for it.
It's very sweet and cute. Like Allison Hannigan's in it.
I like
Ben
her.
Schwartz is in it.
Oh,
and Danny Pudi's in it. Yeah, so like the cast is good and it's funny and it takes some weird turns. But like for a kid's movie, very entertaining. But there's a couple of, a couple of scenes.
Moments.
Yeah, there's some heartstring tugging going on. Because it's a little girl and it's an animal and it's a thing and, But, yeah. So, Chef recommends if you have Disney Plus and you don't want to watch some Pixar thing for the umpteenth time and you're not into Marvel and you're not into Star Wars. Boy, they really got it all figured out over there at Disney Plus, too.
The only movie that I watched, as a matter of fact, they were Disney movies. The only movie that I watched multiple times in the theater was Lilo and Stitch and the Hannah Montana movie.
You saw those multiple times in the theater.
I don't know.
You paid multiple times to see the Hannah Montana movie.
I don't know which one I saw more, but I know it was between those two. I remember seeing them multiple times because it was the only thing to do in Oberlin, and we would go. The movies weren't expensive. It was like at our Apollo Theater, and they were like $3 to $5.
It is funny to hear Miley Cyrus be so conflicted about Hannah Montana because she's like, the whole premise of that show was essentially, if you hide who you really are, people will accept you.
Right.
She's like, that's what we were, it was fun for kids, but she's like, looking back, there is a message there that like, hey, put a wig on, if you take it off, everybody thinks you're a putz, but put the wig on, everybody loves you.
But it was also so that she could have a normal life, and I think that's the better message of Hannah Montana is that, yes, she's the superstar, but that stardom doesn't bring happiness, so you have to have your Miley side so that you can be yourself and not let the world influence who you really are.
I guess so. I'll take the word of the girl who starred in it. But
she's an idiot. I'll tell her. Celebrities don't know what they're talking
She doesn't
about.
know any better.
She still gets that
somebody
check.
put her in conservatorship. Why not that? Coco makes me sob every time I see it.
Coco's a rough
movie.
one, dude.
Coco is a rough one.
Never
I don't
saw
think
it.
I cried at Coco, but I
What?
It's not
You
me,
don't have
man.
any
It's not
emotions.
not me.
The first time I saw Inside Out too. That was a big one. My
Electric
niece,
Boogaloo.
Bing
Yes.
bong!
Yeah, well, not even then. At
I've
the
never
end.
seen Inside
Bing
Out.
bong killed me.
Well, so it's about the emotions. It's teaching little kids about emotions. So
Teaching
like
girls about emotions.
whatever. It's this little girl, and then like you have different emotions that can take over your brain and control things. So there's joy, sadness, anger, fear, like all those, and it's very cute and it's
And there's
well
a big
done.
bong in it.
And no, her Bing Bong was her imaginary friend, and my niece was young at this point. She might have only been 4 or 5 when we went and saw it. And at the end of the movie, oh God, I'm full of spoiler alerts today. At the end of the movie, they realize
It's like a 10-year-old movie.
I know. They realize that like there's this big revelation where like everybody hates sadness and nobody wants to feel sad, but like without sadness you can't feel joy. And I'm sobbing, like, but trying to do it in a movie theater, so I'm like, like just trying to keep it in. And my niece, like my tiny little niece, reaches over and puts her hand on my leg, and she's like, "It's gonna be okay." I'm like,
You're the one crying,
right? She understands it. She's like, "Oh, okay, sadness, joy, they go together. We get it." And I'm over here like, that explains my feelings.
Yeah, but also, I mean, listen, Rob Bass taught me that.
Yeah.
There's joy, and then there's pain, and then you pump it up. And then there's sunshine, and then there's rain.
Right.
So I know the premise of Inside Out. I never saw it. More of a Wally man, but
It's cute.
I didn't. I didn't need to be retold what Rob Bass already taught
Well,
me.
Rob Bass didn't talk to me.
He taught me
so-
math. Takes 2 to
That's why
make
you're
a
so
thing
good
go
at it?
right. That's why. Actually, you bring up a good point. Maybe Rob Bass should not have been my math teacher. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I am.
And then there was joy and pain, sunshine and rain. So, and then Luther Campbell taught me that sometimes girls are, check my notes, so horny. So, I learned from a lot of different sources.
Yeah, Pixar hasn't got to that one yet.
No.
They haven't got to, here's why you're horny movie.
It's hard for me to
That
cry.
wasn't part of Inside Out?
You would think,
The name seems to scream for it.
It's hard for me to cry in a movie theater because I have, the popcorn that's really loud. I have things to just like push out the sounds.
Coco, I was a mess. You want to talk about blubbering? At the end of Coco, I couldn't control myself. And I don't go see those movies anymore because they're just... unless I know I need... If I need a good cry, I'll watch one of those movies, but...
I'm mostly fascinated by how Pixar is so masterful at manipulating
Emotions.
Emotions.
It's
They
wild.
really are, because it's just the writing and it's the,
It's great
they
writing
are
and characters and-
fantastic at doing that. Just... They're just putting their hands inside you and they're working the clay.
Right.
Yeah.
Pixar's owned by Disney, right?
Yes.
And
it was Steve Jobs back in the day.
Soul was very good. That one got
Didn't
me a
see
little
it.
bit. Didn't get me all the way. Like I didn't like fully lose it, but it was pretty sweet. And then the Brothers one. Anytime.
Forward.
Yeah, no, was that what it's called?
Onward.
Onward,
Yes,
yeah.
that one got
With
me.
Chris Pratt and yeah.
Any like the parent relationship always gets me.
Yeah.
That's the ones that I'm like, oh.
I felt worse for the
Yeah.
van
I never saw this
in
one,
Onward. Yeah, van gets killed.
Oh.
Well, it's a bummer. A nice van,
It
cool
was a nice
van.
van, yeah.
Gets smashed by a rock. Spoiler alert. Sorry. But yeah. So anyway, Golden Girl's going to be showing up on Disney Plus, and so perhaps in time for Poundcake's next date,
Hey.
won't have to worry about hanging out at the Starbucks.
Oh, Golden Girls and chill, you know?
Oh my goodness.
I haven't been to his house, nor has he been to mine. So
Well, yeah, you only had one date. When is an acceptable house visit? 3rd date, 5th date? Or do you not put a time on it?
Well, I don't know if I would necessarily want him to come to my house because we'll just like chill in my room or like my roommates might be there. So
let me watch you poop.
It might be the 4th wheel. So I don't know if I would have to go to his place.
4th wheel?
Yeah, that's an okay thing to have.
Okay.
4 wheels.
3 wheels.
I don't want to be the 4th wheel.
1 wheel.
What about the first wheel? You want to be the first wheel?
What if it's like a bicycle?
2 wheels.
Tricycle?
3 wheels.
Uh-huh. All right. Yeah, I never saw Up either. and
I
everybody
haven't
tells me
seen
Up's
Up, but I
good.
guess
Upset Up
that's
is.
that's another sobber.
That's one like starts off sad.
Yeah.
Like it begins like, here's this cute couple and watch them grow old and not have kids.
Old ass dude.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
They don't have kids?
They couldn't.
Oh, they couldn't have kids.
They were trying. They wanted, that's all they wanted was to have a family.
I feel so bad for people like that.
Like Rush Limbaugh?
Yeah.
Could he not have kids?
No, his wife's going to get like $600 million.
Whoa. That's like a kid, right? Mm-hmm. Would you rather have $600 million or your kids?
You could take a full-size child and stuff them full of money, and you could end up with like an effigy of $600 million. You could have a scarecrow full of Rush's money. Would I rather have a what?
$600 million or your children. You have to give them all away. Never met them.
Can I do a bit of research and get back to you tomorrow?
No, right now. What answer's in your heart?
Of course, my children,
Oh,
Mary.
BS.
Now I've spent
$600 million.
I've spent $600 million in child support over these years. But yes, of course.
I feel like more parents want to save the money, but then they would be seen as
I would
bad
definitely
parents.
choose the money.
That's spoken by two people who don't have children.
Correct.
Yeah. Anyone with children.
It's invaluable.
Well, I'm not saying that. You can place a value on a child.
$1 billion.
But I'm simply saying, you asked me,
I am asking
would
you.
I would take my children. Yes.
Over $1 billion.
Yes, of course.
$1 billion a year.
I don't
for the
have
rest
$1
of your
billion
life.
now.
Yes.
So I can't lose something I didn't have.
Right.
Yeah.
But think of all the things you could do.
I would lose my children.
Yeah.
Yeah. They would like vaporize.
That's part of
Here
it.
she
Think
is
about all the things
She
you could
just
do.
got done crying at Endgame, and she
Yeah.
wants my children to vaporize
I
in
never
front of me.
said that. I
Like
just
the Vision.
said.
It's
Is
more of
it
a
worth-
transaction. You're getting $1 billion
Yes.
and your kids, and you also you have to know that you gave up your children.
Yeah. Oh, that's the hard part.
Yeah,
huh?
that makes it real hard.
No amount of money.
Every time you spend it, like the ka-ching is like Nora. Dang it.
That's right. Oh, gee, just to hear her voice one more time.
Say hello to my ass.
That's right.
Why were you talking about beer holes and penises on the radio, Daddy? A mangrove is trees going in salt water. It's so cool, isn't it?
That's worth $600 million?
Listen, she might be worth more.
Isn't that amazing?
Get her on
I hope
YouTube.
you think so.
Yeah.
Why'd you say yabos?
I was talking about something. What did you hear?
Yabos.
Why did Uncle Bill say yabos on the radio? All right, I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in 35192, you can listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, and we'll be back after these.
We built this.
Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
Yo, VIP. Let's kick it. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Alright, stop. Collaborate and listen. Ice is back with my brand new invention. Something grabs a hold of me tightly. Flow like a harpoon daily and nightly. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't know. Turn off the lights and I'll glow. To the extreme, I rock a mic like a vandal. Light up a stage and wax a chump like a candle. Dance, crush a speaker that booms. I'm killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom. Deadly, when I play a dope melody. Anything less than the best is a felony. Love it or leave.
Stop! Collaborate and listen. Rob's in the back with a brand new invention. It's an ice desk holding me tightly. Sold like an iceberg daily and nightly.
Tell you what, the fact that the Robin Swoboda gets next to no props for that amazing ice desk rap she did many, many years ago. I don't know. Bill sent me a great story about these dummies who got caught out on the lake.
So here's what I saw.
Bill Squire, by the way, has been a great source of lake-centric comedy lately.
Oh, yeah. Last week I had the coyote take a poop on the ice.
I saw Cleveland Scene picked it up.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
There's a dog right outside your apartment window.
Yeah.
A dog taking a giant deuce on the frozen lake.
I called it a fox, but it's probably a coyote, but whatever. The dog, coyote, fox, whatever it is, it takes a dump.
Aren't those dangerous?
Well, I was on the 9th floor, so I was okay.
Yeah, he had to zoom way in just to see it. Talk about great timing.
But we were playing pool. Our buddy, he's got this warehouse where he does like a side business where he like turns golf carts into like customizes them and makes them souped up and cool and puts big tires on them. It's very cool business, and he's got
people buy those.
Yeah, a lot of people do. He's doing real well.
Souped up golf carts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
When you see them, you're like, I have no use for this, and I need one.
I want
like,
one, yeah.
they're so cool. Brand new sound system, lights, all kinds. It just
Tip
looks
my
like,
cart.
Yeah, they go like 35 miles per hour.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
All right.
Yeah.
If you have like a lot of property, they're real fun to have. So we were there playing pool, and his place is incredible, by the way. Like it's so nice, and it's just like me and Mary, and then two of our other friends. We're all just playing pool, having a good time, eating some of the hot dogs that he had on his hot dog roll. He's got like a snack bar in there.
Nachos, hot pretzels.
Yeah.
Like it's like a legitimate concession stand at a baseball game. It's like, just our friend who a year ago didn't have this business. It was really cool.
Mm-hmm. So he's doing real well. But on the way home, I'm driving down the Shoreway, and I see all these ambulances and a fire truck and cop cars, and they won't even let you go into Edgewater Park. And I'm like, what is going on over there?
They found a body. That's what I would have thought.
I'm like looking out there, and then I get home, and I'm trying to like look out the window and see if they're still out there. I see the helicopters flying around, and I get on the scanner app, and I see that there had been people that had went out onto the ice, and the ice flow had broken away because it got warmer, and then the sun was out, and it was windy. And these people started drifting towards Canada.
That's so
There's
terrifying.
like 10 people. There was like little kids on it.
I saw it on ABC Network News last night.
Back now with a great rescue on one of the Great Lakes. The Coast Guard and local authorities helped save 10 people who had become trapped on 2 ice floes near Cleveland. They're all okay. One New York City driver is the latest to learn the hard way.
That's all they gave? There were 10 people in Cleveland who got caught in some ice. They're good, though. Anywho.
I was following on the scanner app, and like there's a scanner account that I like to follow on Twitter. So when I see stuff like this going on, I'll check that Twitter account and see what they're saying. And they said that like they had to go out there, get them on the boat, drive them over to the other side of the ice that was still connected to the land there on the Lake Erie, or the Cleveland side, and then they still had to walk like 15 minutes from there.
So how far out were they?
They were out there, man.
I don't
on
understand
a giant
that.
hunk of ice?
Yeah.
What makes people say, I want to walk on the lake when it's iced over? That thought has never crossed my mind in my 28 years of life.
Well, if you were going to do it, like I grew up on Lake Michigan, which is very, very deep. Lake Erie is very shallow.
It's the shallowest of the Great Lakes.
Right. So you go, okay, it's not that big of a leap to go, this is all frozen solid and I can walk out here. I still wouldn't get out there. I'm with him. I wouldn't get out there and do
Like,
it.
and if you did want to do it, if you want to walk on like a body of water, go to like a pond or something where it's.
It's one thing to do that and be like, "Hey, I'm going to go out on this
It's
little adventure."
exciting and like.
It's not exciting.
But then you take your children.
Nine
out there?
that is not smart.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, that's not smart.
I wonder how long. Like, did they have a cell phone? How did people find out that?
I imagine they had cell phones and.
I did a gig a couple years
Luckily,
ago.
they had service.
I did a gig a couple years ago in Erie,
probably had T-Mobile.
Pennsylvania, and they put me up in a hotel that was right on the lake. And I was sitting basically the entire night. I was watching people intense ice fishing, like in the middle of the night. And I kind of thought the same thing because they were out there, like way out there. And I'm like, it is 2 a.m. Like if
Ice
anything were to
fishermen
happen
don't
to
screw.
you.
Yeah, but they people who are way into ice fishing, they've got things that know like the depth of the ice and things like that. So I assume they know what they're doing. It's people who are like, let's walk out and bring our kids. I mean.
And
But
then all of a
still.
sudden it breaks off and you're on your way to Canada.
That's crazy.
Like, I wonder what your
Come on,
first
kids,
thought-
we're going to go get some health care.
Because it break. I mean, how do you know that it was like it
Solid
was,
enough?
Well, I'm just saying even. Like, how do you know it didn't flip? I mean, I guess it didn't flip over, but you got to stand perfectly aligned so it doesn't like one side's not heavier and then that part breaks or that part flips. Like, were they just standing in the middle? Was it like the wardrobe or the door that?
Well, they weren't on like a tiny piece of
in the
ice.
Titanic.
It wasn't like what Buddy was riding on in the Elf
To get to New York City?
It was like a gigantic
By Mr.
I don't know what
slab
it
of
was.
ice. I know, but I'm and that's why I'm telling you, it's not like they were on this little tiny piece of ice that broke off.
They had to stack on top of each other.
Yeah, there was when they walked out there, it was one solid piece of ice.
They went out to go ice skating.
Yeah, and then
The article says they were nearly half a mile off the coast.
Wouldn't your first reaction be once you see it breaking, like jump on the other side?
My first reaction if I went out there was, oh my God, this whole thing's going to melt because we've all just crapped our pants.
Yeah.
And now that's going to burn holes through the ice once our turds.
But they didn't
hit
even
the-
realize that it had happened until it was already too late.
We all do stupid things, I suppose.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
That must have been a terrifying moment.
Oh my God,
though,
I can't even
where,
imagine
where you're
being
trying
out
to
there.
skate back in. You go, hey, here's the thing. Now there's this big blue swatch in between the two pieces of ice that we were on.
But also, it couldn't have been that choppy either. If they were like, I mean, I don't know how choppy it was, but I just know like friends of mine at home would send a video of like Lake Michigan, and you go way far out in the lake, and it's like huge ice chunks that are like in huge waves going toward the beach. I'm like, that's probably not what they were on.
Well,
because-
I mean, they just went out on Edgewater,
Yeah.
where it was probably pretty calm, and then it's wild though because there are parts of that around like the beaches, like that little beach over there in Bay Village where you go down there.
Huntington.
Yeah, Huntington. That's got like all these crazy like mounds of ice and snow because it like doesn't freeze that fast, and so it's all just crashing in there and then freezing.
The one
Standing on the mountains of the ice and snow, and the Coast Guard comes and we all go home.
The small park by me, I walked there a couple weeks ago maybe, and it was the same thing where like for maybe 100 feet out, it was like ice, but it was all broken up and chopped like that. And then all the stuff along the side was like covered in ice. I feel like that looks so
Oh, it looks
cool.
great. Yeah.
I love
Well,
it.
if you go on my story on Instagram today, you can see it all breaking up. So, like, I have a picture from this morning where there was just like 2 giant pieces of ice, and then by the time it had got to like 10 or 11, it was all like broken up, and it looked like it was spider webs almost.
It just
It's
never
very cool.
Never crosses my mind.
No, I'll stand on the edge of the concrete at the the break wall or whatever at the
Yeah.
beach. I'll stand there and we'll look at the ice. I'm totally fine doing that.
Yeah.
Don't
But
need
there's
to walk out of the
there's not
ice.
even a little part of you who's like, I just want
Nope.
to stand on it for a
stick a
second.
foot.
I just want to stand on it
Throw
for a
something.
second to see if it can hold me.
Yeah.
There's something exciting, like that adrenaline rush.
5 feet away from the beach there.
I'm
yeah.
definitely the idiot who like I'll get around that and it like wells up. I don't know if it's just an adrenaline junkie or what, but I'm like I want to see just to see.
Couple years
if I
ago-
can stand on this.
Couple years ago, James Douglas, friend of Bill's, movie squad, we were all in a cabin in the woods, and it was snowing, and by this cabin there was Erica was there too, and his wife. So no.
Again, you're just adding to it. You're not subtracting anything.
Whatever.
From the sexiness of this anecdote.
There was a little pond area. They said it was a lake, but it wasn't a lake. It was a pond. And their bright idea was like, oh, let's go walk on the lake. I'm like, why? They're like, just because it's fun and we're drunk. I'm like, okay, y'all enjoy, white people. I'll be the one on the side that's going to be dry and call the police. And as they're walking on, it didn't break, but as they're walking on the pond, I'm seeing like the edge, the water flowing in. I'm like, so it's thin enough where there's water underneath and I see that it's coming out.
That's pretty common with a pond, though. It doesn't mean that it's thin enough that it's going to break, but it is, like, you also hear like the cracking. Mm-hmm. We had a pond in our backyard and we cleared off and we'd ice skate on it. And like the first, like as the ice is settling, like my dad would check it and he'd be like, okay, this is a foot thick, you'll be fine. But as we're checking it, like you hear it all settling, so it just like makes that echoey sound through the cold forest where it's just like, pew, pew, pew,
yeah, it's like somebody's hitting metal springs when you hear that noise.
And then we would like,
you're like, oh, we got to run.
We'd ride 4-wheelers out on it and stuff. It was fun. But I'm with Poundcake on, like, I need to know for sure that it's going to be safe. I'm not just going like, well, it seems like it'll be fun. It's been cold for 2 days.
That's me. That's who I am. I would be like,
well,
it's fine.
I saw my brother fall in once when it was real, like, when it wasn't frozen all the way. He knew it wasn't frozen. He was like breaking it up, but he went like too far out and like lost his balance and fell into frozen water, and that was terrifying.
That's how George Bailey lost his hearing in It's a Wonderful Life. He went to go save his brother and got a bad ear infection.
Right.
Because in the 20s, that's what happened. You got an ear infection and lost your hearing.
You had to wrap a big bandage around your head.
Now, don't give me any argument. The ice is gonna break.
Oh, The Dead Zone. Great Christopher Walken in that movie.
That's an awful way to die.
He, The Dead Zone, 1982, I believe. And he dies and comes back to life. And now he has the power of sight. He has the power of a sixth sense. And he's tutoring this kid who's on a hockey team. And the dad, rich guy, pays for the kid's hockey team. Christopher Walken goes, it's going to melt. The ice is going to break. The dad goes, get out of here. Tells his son to go get his pads on. The kid goes, no, I'm running upstairs. Hockey team, all the kids die because the ice breaks. Slow-mo, they go into the ice.
Oh, my gosh.
Then they cut to the dad a day later, He's sitting alone by himself because he just killed this hockey team. And Christopher Walken thinks that the kid went with him, but he didn't. Great movie. Stephen King book they turned into one of the better Stephen King films.
I was wondering what the theme of this movie was before you said Stephen King. I was like, was this like about a hockey team that was like trying to win the finals or something?
Christopher Walken and the Mighty Ducks 4.
Right.
I'm psychic.
Actually,
they did a TV show of it with Anthony Michael Hall some years ago, but the movie's dynamite.
Emilio Estevez is coming back for
Mighty Ducks whatchamacallit. Yeah. I think that's actually what it's called.
When I was younger, I didn't understand why when people fall through the ice, they can't just like swim back up. I was like, oh,
I don't know. I still don't understand.
Well, because it
depends on how big the hole is.
I was going to say, if you fall in a hole, the water is flowing underneath, so the current will take you to another side. So when you're swimming, like you can't really see where the hole is, and you can't exactly.
Yeah, right.
So you're trapped underneath. So you're just banging on the glass.
Why do you look like right now you want to go on ice more now than ever?
No. That doesn't make me want to. Like when he's describing that, I felt like when you come up in a pool under a floaty.
Yes, you're banging on the ice, and you can't get up, and you can't.
Freaky.
So you're panicking at this point, and you can't find the hole where you came through.
405. I knew we'd get there. I just knew we'd get there. There was a movie I remember. There was a movie I remember seeing as a kid, and maybe a listener will tell me what it was because my memory's not that good on it. But as a kid, HBO had like 15 movies, and they would just show the same ones all the time. And there was one that was like a supernatural movie where this woman, one of the scenes, this woman goes diving in a pool, and then when she tries to get out, someone has like magically covered the pool, or it's like glass. She can't get out, so she's just banging on the underside of I don't remember what that movie was, but it's like somebody cast a spell and she can't get out of the pool and drowns under there. And I was sitting there like, because I wasn't a swimmer when I was a kid, so any scene like that would make me just panic fart for a week. Yeah. Hey, Mike.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's going on?
I hate the show.
Thank you.
I guess you could say that those people were skating on thin ice.
I mean, Mike, you could say that, but I imagine that we all have too much self-respect. I couldn't even get out the word self-respect with a straight face, Mike. That tells you where I'm coming from. Thank you. All right. I don't know what's going on there, but...
Yeah, so that was a crazy thing to... I'm sure those kids will tell that story for the rest of their lives, though. Be like, remember when we got stuck on the ice floe?
That's crazy.
Yeah. Alan, what do you say to the person who goes, it's a beautiful day out, I've got a great idea, let's take the kids ice skating on the lake? Yeah, but it wasn't warm yesterday, was it?
It was warm enough.
It
was
rained.
like 40.
Yeah, it was.
40.
It wasn't snowing. It was raining.
Yeah,
and it was like 40, and it was sunny, and so that'll melt the ice real quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't use my remote car start yesterday. First time since I got it.
Oh, good for you.
I'm saying that's how warm it was.
I think of you every time I go out into my garage to warm my car up. I'm like, why don't I have a remote start in this car? Well, because I have a garage, so it's not
different.
It's not
too.
the end of the world. Yeah.
I have a garage at my apartment.
You have a lean-to.
What? I've never heard that.
You have a car shanty, is what? Yeah. What those guys are ice fishing in is what you've got for your car.
Well, I mean, yes, there's about 6 inches on either side of my car that you can kind of slip out of, but yeah, it's still nice to get into a little toast.
6 inches on either side that you can. Okay, sorry, that was a stretch.
Still nice to get into a toasty car. That's all I'm
understood.
saying.
Listen, understood. But if I were still street parking, I would probably absolutely.
Honestly, I love it for here more than any other thing.
Well,
Leaving
sure.
work is when I use it. I'll use it before I leave, but that's not as big of a deal to me as leaving here because it's nighttime and it's freezing.
Sure, I understand.
Yeah.
Well, maybe someday we'll have parking. Hey, let me go to Greg. Hi, Greg.
Hey, what's happening?
What's going on, man?
Hate the show, man.
Thank you, sir.
So you guys are talking about walking on the ice. Born and raised in Cleveland, east side of Cleveland, east side of Bracknell. Used to play on the ice all the time. I lived right on the lake. And one year, I think we were about 11 or 12, and one of the kids down the street, I think he was around 7 or 8. We were all playing and everything. We all went home, and here we found out that he fell through the ice. They didn't find him until spring. This was like right after Christmas.
That sucks.
They didn't find him until spring in Erie, Pennsylvania.
Well, yeah, because he went all the way up the coastline, right?
Was he okay?
Yep. Oh, you did, bud. Come on now.
Well, listen, we're trying to be glass half full around here, Greg. I mean, that's a legitimate question. Was he okay?
I know if he had just saw an opportunity. He's like, all right, I'm just going to ride the waves.
Once they thawed him out, maybe.
I mean, you don't see a lot of kids faking their own deaths. That is a power play that not a lot of kids take advantage of.
So wait, the body was probably preserved since it was probably
frozen.
No, because in the spring it thawed out and it washed up, and even being in that water, he wasn't encased in ice. He was in water.
Yeah,
he said he was all bloated,
sure,
big old. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because you eat all the fish down there and then you gain the weight.
Yeah. Well, fish, it's got omega-3s.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Freshwater.
Yeah, but he swam a long way, so he should have lost the weight.
God, that poor kid. That sucks. Anyway, all right. Thank you, Greg. Sorry for your loss. Hey, Dawn.
Oh, hey, guys.
Oh, hi.
You got speakerphone. Hi, how are you?
Good. What's up?
How you guys doing?
Oh, good.
Okay, now, I grew up on the lake in my backyard, and this story just got me really upset over the weekend.
Not on the lake.
She lived on the lake.
Oh, okay.
Well, I lived, meaning that, but I'm
like a houseboat?
Backyard.
No, was it called Stocks and Blondes?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, all right.
Actually, in Willowick, Ohio.
Yeah.
And the lake could be frozen over in mid-January. We had winters where, it was cold as F. And there was never one time in my life that I thought, I'm going to go take a walk out there.
Never.
No, never.
No,
ever.
I'm agreeing. I'm co-signing.
I know. And then we get these parents, they're taking their kids out, you know, they're just, other than being stupid, they should be charged with like child endangerment. No, this just gets me mad because you have to know the power of the lake. Because you talk about like Michigan, I've seen storms come across there. I've seen, like I said, some of the most magnificent things happen on the lake. But walking on the ice was never an option.
I'll tell you what, we only know it's silly in retrospect, but there's a part of me that grudgingly respects that pioneer spirit. It's only afterwards people go, what a bunch of dummies. But when they were going out there, they're like, this is going to be great. We're not going to break off from the shoreline. This is going to be awesome.
No, but never. I'm talking like I could walk down there and I would see how solid it was, but there was never anything in me that said, I want to do this.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you, Don. Alan, they said that southern winds were pushing the ice away from the shore. Wouldn't southern winds push the ice toward the shore?
Unless the winds were coming from the south.
Southern winds.
Is that what that means?
What?
Before we go to break, I just want to know, do they personally get charged for the National Guard?
Well, we all
have to pay for that?
I don't think so.
I don't think the National Guard is like,
bill.
we had to save your stupid ass.
They
Here's-
might,
you know?
because we send an ambulance and like you get charged for that. You send a helicopter and all these people, the cranes.
Well, I mean,
I pay.
I pay into a Coast Guard fund, so if I ever need them, you guys don't do that?
No.
Southern winds pushing the ice away from the shore.
He's doing so good with the
I've got
Zeppelin one.
All right, I've got to take a break. There's going to be another chance for you to grab $1,000 for the people who've been asking. 4:30 is that next keyword you're going to get to grab a buck ton of cash. So listen for that. 35192 if you want to text. And you can watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
feel like this was the first time that a lot of people got familiar with Daft Punk. 97, I think. The song was called Daft Punk. And you'd hear it in just about everything. You'd hear it at sporting events, you'd hear it on radio shows, you'd hear it on whatever. The guys in Daft Punk, 2 Frenchmen, by the way, if you saw that documentary about 5 years ago, it was really good. It was called Daft Punk Unchained, I think. They have announced that they are splitting up after 28 years. Wow. They had a whole lot of collaborations with guys like Pharrell and Kanye West. And 28 years later, they said they're calling it quits. They put a video up on their YouTube channel called Epilogue.
Yeah, I watched that.
It's pretty good.
I mean...
Well, not everybody was into Daft Punk. Like, it was a thing you kind of had to be into, and there was the mystique of the guys with the helmets. And
I like that they announced it that way, because usually when a band breaks up, they're not doing it in a way that is this amicable.
Yeah.
So the fact that they made this video letting everybody know, like, hey, we are done now, that's nice. Whereas, you don't get that with Guns N' Roses and who's when someone gets kicked out of a band, they don't make a fun video about it.
But I just don't understand why they can't just stop making music.
They did.
But what I'm saying is, why do you have to announce it? Like, you don't have to just.
Well, they have a lot of fans. I mean, listen, if you've been together as a duo or a band for 28 years, rather than have people constantly hit you up and go, hey, when are you going to do new music? You go, we're done now. This is our official goodbye to romance.
I guess that makes sense.
2 great names, by the way, 2 French guys in Daft Punk. One of them was named Thomas Bangalter, right? Regular name. The other guy was Guy Manuel du Hamam Cristo. Was the other guy. You may just call me Guy. But they, of course, collaborated with Pharrell and Giorgio Moroder, who, if you're old, you remember him, and Nile Rodgers.
And pioneers in the mask game, because
Skrillex.
we're all wearing masks now, but they were wearing masks for a long time.
Pioneers in the helmet game. If you remember, as these guys have been together for 28 years, if you recall, that's where the National Football League got the idea to start wearing helmets.
Oh, they've only been wearing helmets for 28 years now?
Before that, it was those... It was those leather caps with the ear laps on them. And then in the late 90s, you'll recall, after Daft Punk really blew up, they thought, wow, if 2 guys who are standing up on a lit podium and pressing play on an iPod can do that with zero contact, we should do it too.
And people were confused because, like, what's an iPod? It's the late 90s. These don't exist yet.
But that's how far ahead of the game Daft Punk were.
What does Dead Mile 5 look like?
Joel Zimmerman?
Is that his name?
Yeah, I think so. He he took the helmet off a while ago, and people know what he looks like. He's Canadian, but he did one. I think a lot of people saw what he looked.
Cute.
If you like that scrawny, I can feel the back of my spine through my stomach kind of look, which a lot of people do. He did one of those master classes. You ever see those online where for somehow, I don't know what company that is, but somehow, even pre-pandemic, you could fully understand if it was people bored and sitting at home. Maybe it exploded from that. But there's this thing online called MasterClass, where they're like, pay us $300 and Steve Martin will tell you how to be funny, that kind of thing.
I almost did that Steve Martin one. I was like, maybe it could be worth it. It's Steve Martin. Why not?
My thought was, did you read Born Standing Up?
I did not.
Yeah. Born Standing Up, which is the Steve Martin autobiography, and for a guy who has had his body of work, it's surprisingly short. It's a surprisingly small book. But if you read that, my thought was, because I'm kind of like you, I was like, well, maybe I'll dip my toe into the masterclass pool and see what Steve Martin's doing. But if you read that book, you don't get a vibe that he has. Everybody's kind of looking for concrete information to be imparted to people. And I was like, it's not going to be that.
But there's no way to do that.
Go with what you know is funny, that kind of thing. I'm like, I don't,
But you think Steve Martin would co-sign on something like that?
Well, I'm
sure there's good advice in there, but it's also one of those things where he hasn't done stand-up in, 35 years, 40 years almost? So I don't know if he's the one that I'd go to for the stand-up lesson. Also, he was an absurdist.
It wasn't stand-up. It was more about writing comedy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think there's absolutely some value to that. I mean, but Deadmau5, I think, was like the guy who's sitting behind the boards going, every piece of music I make is in this machine right here. And,
Right.
But, yeah, they got a lot of people to sign up for that masterclass. Like Martin Scorsese tells you how to direct films.
It was a lot of and they're reputable people, so
Right, yeah.
it's hard for me to think that they would be feeding you BS.
No, not feeding you BS. I'm just saying that, like, I think it's a really cool thing that they're doing. I don't think anybody's going to walk away after the Marty Scorsese thing and go, ready to direct a film.
I can't wait for someday when someone wins an Oscar and they're like, and I won this Oscar Best Director because of the masterclass I took. Thank you, Martin Scorsese.
That's right. So, anyway. So, Deadmau5
Here's
is
my Emmy, Best Comedy Writer. Thanks, Steve Martin, for my masterclass.
I would like to get in Joel Zimmerman's shape, though. I really need to get into, like, that cracked out,
I'm on a
as I
diet.
approach 50.
Because now you got a man.
It's not even that. I was going to go on a diet beforehand, but I didn't want to do it before my date because I didn't want to be there like, oh, I'm just going to, like, not. Like, we're going to Wasabi. You're not going to have something really.
Like a salad.
But you're not going to get anything crazy fattening at a sushi place either. I mean, you're not.
Well, it's not just sushi.
What did you have?
I got, like, chicken teriyaki with.
I love people who go to sushi places and they
It's
get
not
something
just
that you would
sushi.
get.
It's a hibachi
I
place.
know, but what I'm
He
saying
got
is
sushi,
it is
though.
mostly sushi. Is what like you don't go there because you want chicken teriyaki. You go there. The sushi's dynamite over there.
Yeah, I love the sushi.
I just think it's funny when people go to places like that and go,
He got sushi.
give me the chicken teriyaki.
And I got the gyoza or whatever those things are.
Yeah, the dumplings.
Yep, those are really good. But
Asian pierogies.
talking about the master class, James Franco actually settled his lawsuit because he was teaching an actual class about sex scenes, and he got sued by his students because they thought that he was going above and beyond. I'm like, he was like, he made us participate in an orgy or a fake orgy. I'm like, you're in a. I would love that class. That class was an invention
but I don't
for
know.
me.
I don't think that's what they signed up for.
They
He
took a class
wasn't.
for sex
He
scenes.
wasn't taking part in the orgy, was he?
He was directing it.
Right.
was
He wasn't
fake.
in it.
It was act and keep your clothes on.
But they sued him and he settled.
Yeah.
I guess.
He just settled that lawsuit, but I couldn't imagine getting sued by like 20 students in your class. Like, what did they think it was going to be?
Do you think they did that on purpose? That they were like, I bet if we all do it, we can make some money off this.
No clue. I just remember that being a story that he was dealing with that.
That doesn't make any sense, though.
What doesn't?
That's what I'm saying. Do you think the motive was money? Where they're like, we could get some money out of this guy?
Probably, but like, that's just foolishness.
messed up,
That's
yeah.
foolish on his part, though, because there had to be somebody in his camp like, dude, you're setting yourself up for a lawsuit.
Well, it was 2 students. It wasn't 20 students.
Well, I don't
2
know.
students filed a lawsuit saying that he had intimidated them into performing explicit sex scenes. See, now all these shows have got intimacy coordinators. They did a funny bit on SNL, by the way. Boy, you want to talk about the gap in booking Saturday Night Live when everyone's in quarantine and no one's trying to get people to the movies. Nobody has got a movie they're pushing to get people into the theaters, so they are scrambling. I can't recall a season of SNL where there were more like WTF hosts and musical acts than this season. They got some guy, I know that Bridgerton show is like a big deal on Netflix.
I don't like it.
But it's not like the guy's a household name. They got the dude from that. I'm like, who? They got Bad Bunny to do the music, who I've heard of, but whatever.
Yeah, but he's also got like a #1 album. Like he's like
right. I'm just saying, like,
those are both incredibly popular things. They're just not like
household
the
names.
mainstream thing. And like you said, it's not. People aren't trying to pimp movies, so Netflix and musicians they're going to go a little off track than they normally would.
He was good. This dude,
he
I
was
mean,
very
I'm
good,
glad
yeah.
I found out about him because he was really funny and what they put him in was good. But they did a bit where they were doing Bridgerton and they got these 2 like guys filling in as the intimacy coordinators. But like last week, they were the gaffers or whatever. Yeah, we got some beef sleeves here for you if you need them. And
did you see?
And also SNL, by the way, I don't know what's going on, but they're putting Pete Davidson in like every sketch now. So I don't know if he had complained that he was just being the dope for a while, but they're putting him in everything now. He's in every sketch.
I'm going to say this. He was real good as Andrew Cuomo. I thought that was very funny.
That was a great scene.
I'm glad they're giving him more stuff to do because he's getting good at those things.
Yeah.
Before he was just kind of like, I'm Pete Davidson.
Yeah, he was basically Pete Davidson.
He's funny in things.
But I think he's branching out and getting more comfortable, and I like it. And I think him and Mikey Day are getting one of those like they're very good at playing off each other, and they're building that relationship so that they go, okay, we can take these two and we can make them be the silly, weird people in the scene, and they're gonna play off each other very well.
Whoever played Britney Spears in that opening scene.
Oh, Chloe Fineman, she's great.
She was. It just made me laugh because I'm like, oh my gosh, she's really like Britney Spears. Just the looks.
She's cute too.
I could see why people would be offended that she's impersonating Britney Spears, but damn it was funny.
God bless Adie Bryant. They roll her out there in a T-shirt playing Ted Cruz.
That was hilarious.
Oh my God! Talk about taking one for the team. All right, I got $1,000 here for you. It's a chance for you to grab a buck ton of cash. This is the last week to do it, but we'll have plenty of chances for you up until Friday, so good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. It's a buck ton of cash. Time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword BANK, B-A-N-K, to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's BANK to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
Alan, that movie you were talking about was called The Legacy. Thank you so much. I forget all of these late 70s, early 80s movies when HBO was in its infancy and they would air them all the time. And I was a kid who was living on a solid diet of horror movies. Before they really got splattery, there were all these like British, there were like haunted houses and devil movies. So there was a lot of like Amityville Horror was the late 70s, and that was essentially a haunted house movie. And then you'd have movies like The Changeling and The Entity. There were a lot of like possession movies after The Exorcist went supernova in the early 70s. I think a lot of people were like, okay, well, we're not going to top that movie, but we're going to do like a possession movie. And The Legacy was this movie about this guy. Sam Elliott was the guy. It was Sam Elliott and his real life wife, I think. And Roger Daltrey was in it from The Who. And they were in this house in the English countryside, and there was this old man in a bed that you kind of couldn't see, but you knew he was going to be gross or there was going to be some big reveal at the end. And he had a bunch of people out to the house where he would have, like you'd see his hand all crusty with like a ring on it, you know, and this woman gets trapped in a pool. There's no reason she couldn't get out, but when she tries to get out, it's like an invisible shield over the pool. I vividly remember that scene.
Someone put Gorilla Glue over the top of the pool and you couldn't get out.
Yeah, I'll file a lawsuit if I live through this. So thank you who sent me that. The Legacy, 1978. So I was 7 years old when that movie came out, but we didn't have cable. And so when I would spend the summer at my grandmother's house, she had cable. She had HBO. So my grandma would go to bed at like 9 o'clock, and I'm up all night watching these kinds of movies. And HBO in the early days it was fantastic because the movies were either sex romps or horror movies. So you'd see
love a good sex romp.
Fast Times at Ridgemont High, or you'd see My Tutor, or you'd see Zapped with Scott Baio, where he'd like blink his eyes and girls' boobies would pop out, you know? And I'm 8, 9, 10 years old.
Yeah.
This is incredible. The original Clash of the Titans. I think you saw some nip in that. And then these other movies.
Some definite like heavy side and under boob.
Yes.
I don't know if you got full
Excalibur.
nip, but you got enough.
Yeah.
I accidentally stumbled upon Real Sex on HBO one time. I woke up like in the middle of the night and I was just like, I'll just turn on some TV. And for some reason, a part of our plan, like cable package, like we got HBO for free for a couple months. And I turned it on and I was like, oh, okay. That was the first porno I ever saw.
Oh yeah, and Showtime had Red Shoe Diaries.
Yeah,
with David Duchovny.
Stuff.
Yep. Skinamax.
I would tape those. I'd like just start recording in our living room with the TV off, but the VCR and the cable box on, and so I just record those all through the night, and then like go through and just like, oh man, I have myself a time.
Yeah, sometimes I'll try to find these older movies and they're not streaming, and it drives me crazy.
Redbox.
Maybe, but I don't know if they go this far back. But
no, Redbox has got a pretty limited selection.
Yeah,
I don't know. They close all the family videos. Yeah. Other than that, there's no.
But I'm just saying they're not filling Redboxes with like movies in the late 70s. You know what I mean?
The library.
Oh, the library.
They might.
But here's what drives me crazy, and I saw somebody tweet about it, and I thought it was kind of funny. Is that I forget what the tweet was, but it was like, Netflix knows what movie you're talking about, But it's not going to show you that they have it. Like if you type the name of a movie, it'll say movies related to, and you're like, okay, well they don't have it. They'll show me 400 movies that are kind of like that.
They won't just say, we don't have Superbad. You know what I mean? You're like, come on, just...
Suggested for you because you liked this. So I've been really doing a deep dive on like a lot of like late 70s, early 80s movies. But The Legacy, I really doubt is one of those movies that you can stream. But now I'm going to find it. Because I will immediately be transported to that time in my life. I don't have my, I was reading an article today that really spoke to me because this girl was like, what do you do if you grew up in a family where there are almost no pictures of your childhood, which is how I grew up. Almost no pictures of me as a child. And so my parents may have some hidden away, but, I have like a shoebox at home with maybe a dozen Polaroids in it. They're like me as a baby, me at my, there's huge gaps. There's me as a baby, and then there's me at my 13th birthday party, right? So I don't know where all the other ones, like the Bible scoops out Jesus the teen years. It's like him as a kid, and then he gets crucified. So I don't know, so my only recollections are through movies because I watched so many movies as a kid. So I can, and everybody does this. You attach a time in your life to a song or a movie or whatever. Because I don't have photos to attach to that time.
My mom made us all books of our childhood, and she made mine last. So
you had a couple of pages in yours.
They ran out of glue.
Well, a lot of the pictures are us in groups. So they all got picked through. So by the time, there's not any pictures of me at Niagara Falls or anything like that because they're in my brother's book or my sister's book. So when it gets to mine, it's like my school pictures, baby pictures, and then sports pictures, when I played sports. But then by the time I got to high school, my mom never saw me enough to take a bunch of pictures. So there's nothing from the time I'm 15, 16 to the time I'm 20.
Yeah. Pretty wild. Okay, anyway, whoever sent me The Legacy, thank you so much because it would have driven me crazy the remainder of the day. I'm going to text, if you want to text, 35192 here, and maybe I will text back. 216-578-1007 if you want to join us on the phone, or 800-348-1007, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Don't worry if you... Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Do we finally get to reclaim this song, by the way, now that Rush Limbaugh is dead? It occurred to me that one of the losers in Rush Limbaugh dying is PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. Because Rush Limbaugh would pay Chrissie Hynde annually to use this song, My City Was Gone, the Pretenders. A song about how all the amazing things they did in the state of Ohio. But it was the Rush Limbaugh show theme song for a long, long time, and he would pay her. Chrissie Hynde explained that her dad was a big Rush Limbaugh fan because he was a dad. And so she let Rush Limbaugh use My City Was Gone as the theme to his show, but he would pay her licensing every year, and she would donate that money to PETA. She got paid about $100,000 a year to use this song. And the money would go to PETA. And so I don't know if PETA's I don't know if they're still going to make that money. I don't know what the replacement is over there for Rush Limbaugh. They're going to be running Best of Rush shows for the foreseeable future. Whoever they put in there, obviously, it's not going to be the same thing. I mean, to a large extent, he's already been replaced by people on Fox News and, other things. But
podcasts and things, yeah.
I did hear from Julie, who is our bureau chief in Sallisaw, Oklahoma, which is about half an hour from the Arkansas border. Alan, I heard the call from Mora. This woman Mora called last week to scream at me. You put up with her longer than I would have. That's what I heard from a lot of people, is that I put up with her longer. By the way, this woman is still messaging me on Facebook and Instagram.
Oh, wow.
Trying to convince me of something. I don't know what, but Julie says,
does she know you're married? I know she's single, but it seems like she needs to stop sliding in your DMs trying to get that, little something from you.
Well, she's a widow. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Yeah, right. I don't know. I didn't get that vibe from her.
And that's how
didn't
she
get
started.
The vibe that she was trying to get in my
a real Sam and Diane situation.
Right.
Where first you're enemies, but then you end up together. Everybody's rooting for it.
Yeah, right.
At least she is. Mm. But I think Mora needs to respect your marriage.
My boundaries.
And stop trying to, get in with Alan.
Well, I sent her a couple of responses before it became clear that we still weren't, much as it was here on the show, weren't really having a conversation. She was just trying to convince me of something. But Julie says, I have a political group on Facebook in which I accept members regardless of their political leanings. I started the group because I love to debate about politics and because I'm clinically insane, which answered the question I had. And we had a lot of members on this page who celebrated Rush Limbaugh's death. I was not one of them. We had an equal number who had a slightly less unhinged reaction than Mora. And it's crazy that people want to canonize the dead despite the fact that they were awful people. I'm wondering how folks can allow themselves to be completely bamboozled like this. Well, I don't know. I did see that the state of Florida was asking, they were having all of their flags put at half staff for Rush Limbaugh, which I thought was very strange. It's not like
even for Florida?
Well, it's not like the guy was
he wasn't
a
an
military
official
hero.
Or anything
I mean,
like that.
they're not having him lie in state. I mean, he lived there, but
they wanted them to
lie in state.
Yeah.
Well, that's up to them. I mean, that's but the whole flags and half staff thing.
Microphone.
What's that? Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. I mean, Bob Dole has stage 4 lung cancer, which
Bob Dole doesn't need this.
Great news, because I thought Bob Dole was dead. So he's still alive, but I don't hear a whole lot of people talking about that. Because, some people have been like, I heard from people too, who were in the broadcasting business, some not peers of mine, but people that I'm kind of in touch with, and they were like, don't you think people gave Rush Limbaugh too much credit, really? And I was like, well, it depends on what you're talking about, really. Giving him a lot of credit. I mean, he certainly made that brand of radio his own. But he was doing it in the middle of the day, too. Which I always thought was kind of a... I always thought that was kind of a genius move. Because it's not a competitive day part. Middays is not... Nobody aspires to do middays. You want to do drive time. I've been very fortunate in my career, other than doing nights for 6 months... I've done drive time radio my whole career. I've either done mornings or I've done afternoons.
Same with all of us.
Only drive time here, baby.
Good for you. That's where you want to be.
Number one talent.
And Rush Limbaugh, I mean, he did like to purport that whole like right wing radio does. You scrap and you pull yourself up. The first radio station the guy was on, his dad owned. So, he did a lot of jobs before he became the guy that he became. He was a top 40 guy. I was on in Pittsburgh for many years, and Rush Limbaugh is part of the local radio history of Pittsburgh because, hard to believe, Rush Limbaugh was his real name. I think he was like the fourth or the third or something. But back in the day, he was a top 40 jock who went by Jeff Christie. And this was back when AM radio was still playing music. So he was on KQV in Pittsburgh. In the 70s, I think. Is Jeff Christie doing that whole thing because that's what you did. But he didn't really make any moves there. And so he left radio for a while and went to work for like the Kansas City Royals because he was from Missouri. And then decided to create some kind of right-wing radio. I don't know. But doing it in middays, which I always thought was pretty genius because it's not like you have a lot of competition there. I mean, nobody, if you're like, I'm number one at noon, they're like, cool, and,
Right, but it allowed him to then get syndicated to so many different stations.
Yeah, no, that's the genius part of it.
We need to fill time here.
That's the genius part of it.
Yep.
Because most of those AM stations had like a local morning show. They'd have people you knew, TAM's got Wills and Snyder.
Yeah, shock
Two of the best in the biz. Shock jocks.
Wills and Snyder in the morning.
That's
You're not going to believe what we got to tell you.
Uh-huh.
Ladies, if you see us out in public, show us those boobies.
There you go.
Take it easy, Snyder.
Yep. Friends, it's Bill Wills. Tomorrow morning, 7:20, we're going to ask how your butthole is. No, those guys are two of the best.
I know.
And then you go into all the crazy people, right? Those guys aren't crazy people. Nobody wants to wake up with that, I think, by and large. When I was on in Pittsburgh, there was a morning guy, Jim Quinn, who had been on the radio. And this guy was like, made Rush Limbaugh look like AOC. Because everybody, for a while, if you wanted to make your mark in that brand of radio, you had to try to out-rush Rush. You know what I mean? Like, just like every market had like their Howard Stern imitators, every market would have their Rush Limbaugh imitators. And people who thought Rush was too liberal. Mm-hmm. But, those people would go by the wayside and Limbaugh was left standing. So I don't think he got too much credit. But for radio nerds, you were like, nobody was trying to kill it from noon to 3,
$600 million worth, though. Like,
yeah, because he was
Stern,
like...
Is Stern making that money?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
But he's like unopposed, but they were doing two completely different kinds of shows, too.
I get it, but I'm just saying, if anybody, like, I would say Stern's audience is bigger, and he's been around for longer, but damn. $600 million just for stupidity. I might sell myself for that.
Well,
I might get on there and be racist and be homophobic.
Oh, man, they would love that.
But also, like, the point I was trying to make when I first, my comments that got Mora all upset were, my take was that as a broadcaster, you couldn't not respect Rush Limbaugh. I mean, anybody who is able to generate an audience and keep them for a long time, you got to respect what they're doing because that's not easy to do.
All right, I just put this through my Mora filter, and what I heard was he got what he deserved. Is that about where she's coming from?
Yeah, but I don't even think she was so. It
was about her husband.
It was about her husband.
It wasn't about Rush.
But she was so hyper-focused on that I'm still not quite sure why she was angry at me.
She was so connected to, well, and I don't know how she feels about Rush, but like her husband passed from the same thing, so she probably felt connected to his wife. Because I listened back to the call, and a couple times she's like, he still has a family, so she's probably looking at it from.
Well, he has a wife. Doesn't have any kids.
Right, but she's saying, I was a wife of a man who died from lung cancer.
Right, and I could have understood her yelling at me if I had come on the air and said, yeah, good. And a lot of people did do that. And I'm like, we talked about this. I can't feel good about saying I'm glad anyone's dead.
Right.
That's not really how I'm wired. But to conflate him as a broadcaster with
what he
really what he filled people's heads with, and he wasn't solely responsible for people going nuts, but, you know, he certainly helped. He certainly did what he could do to help that along. But again, anybody who can command an audience in this business, you have to respect, whether they're doing sports radio or whatever. It's not easy to do. There are all kinds of people trying to do it, and a lot of them can't do it. And he could. But yeah, I was reading a thing, they're like, Florida's flying flags at half-staff. I'm like, that's weird. That's a little weird.
People flew their Trump flags at half-staff when Biden won. I mean, it doesn't surprise me.
That's weird, too.
It is weird, but it doesn't surprise me.
You're flying a flag with the dude's name on it.
At half-staff.
It
made me giggle when I saw it, but it's, you know.
Yeah,
it doesn't surprise me.
Very weird.
I wonder how long it'll be till we see his tax returns now that the Supreme Court said that he had to release them.
Well, we're not going to see him at all. How are we going to see him?
Oh, we're talking about Trump now.
Yeah.
Well, it's under investigation. Like, so.
No, I mean,
everything leaks.
Somebody will see them. Yeah, but do you care?
What's it matter now?
Yeah, who cares? Mm-hmm. Even at the time, who cares? Like, I get why lawyers want to see him. I get why people doing an investigation want to see him.
Well, just to hopefully get it out,
not
like,
help
this dude is phony.
Well, I'm curious. After all
but
this,
everybody knows
but
that
they don't.
already.
All of his followers and all of his lovers.
But they don't.
They're not going to
They
believe
don't believe
that
anything.
either. Let's somebody leaks the tax, that huge, exhaustive story they did in the New York Times a couple of years ago about how everything about him financially is a lie and made up and fraudulent. And they didn't. That thing had like a week's worth of life. They thought that was going to be the giant slayer. It didn't do anything. Because if you believe him, you believe him. If you don't, you don't. So it's like not going to change our lives if somebody leaks his taxes. I don't care. I never did care. Biden's going to do a vigil. We've hit 500,000 dead people in this country from COVID-19. 499,999 and Tony.
Thank you.
Is how I think of it.
Oh, sorry, Mary.
Biden's.
That's all right, man. I mean, you
sorry.
didn't do it. It is one of those things
What if you found out he did?
That Cody gave my dad COVID somehow. Mm-hmm. That'd be tough. Did he know he had
That's
it?
an understatement. That'd be tough. Cody just killed my dad. I think I might have a problem with that.
Well, I'm saying, what are the circumstances? Were you asymptomatic and didn't know and you guys made out?
I was
or
given
you...
a sloppy.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
do you know that I don't care?
Just trying to. There's a lot of different. There's moving parts to that scenario.
Because I'm stupid.
Right, and one of his parts was moving up and down on somebody else's parts.
Because I'm stupid.
If you knew about it, I'd be pissed. If you were asymptomatic and had no idea,
I was like, whatever, I'll do what I want.
Right.
Blah, 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 blah.
My dad was down those 30 pounds, irresistible to you. I get it. I get it. That 366 was looking a little too good to give away. I know.
Bounce on that belly.
Just playing it like a drum.
You're trying to make Poundcake your scapegoat with your dad's death.
GameStop was just like their scapegoat, I guess. Tony.
So, they're going to do a vigil at 6 o'clock tonight, sundown, for the 500,000 people, which is, you can't even wrap your head around it.
So many.
I was reading that during Super Bowl 36, this is 2002, U2 did the Super Bowl halftime show, and they scrolled the names of the people who died in 9/11. And they said that if they did that for the people who died in the coronavirus pandemic, they would need 13 hours to run the names.
At that speed?
Wow.
Just for scale. Yeah, just to kind of give you context there. By the way, Bill, who won Super Bowl 36?
Super Bowl 36?
2002 Super Bowl 36.
2002.
I was in
Who were the
7th
teams?
grade.
I was in the
Who won?
Philippines, so I don't remember. Probably Tom Brady?
1 billion people watched the Super Bowl. Are you telling me that they didn't get the American Super Bowl in the Philippines?
I'm telling you, I wasn't allowed to watch it.
2002 was the Green Bay Packers.
You couldn't watch the Super Bowl as a missionary?
No.
Why?
You weren't
Sex.
allowed to watch sports or anything.
You
weren't
couldn't
allowed to
watch
TV.
sports?
You couldn't watch TV.
Oh, so it wasn't just sports. You
Yeah.
couldn't watch television. Oh. Well, you were right. Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, yeah.
It was Patriots-Rams.
Yeah.
Patriots by 3. Close game. 20-17. The New England Patriots over the... Was it still the St. Louis Rams? Or was it the
Yes.
LA Rams in 02?
St. Louis.
St. Louis Rams. So it was...
Kurt Warner.
There you go. Kurt Warner. Right.
Greatest show on turf.
Right. So Julie, who wrote me that letter there, she... and I heard from a lot of people after Mora called. Mora, I won't lie to you, it took me by surprise when she called too. I do like to keep that argumentative muscle flexed, but I couldn't quite figure out where she was coming from. And again, she was still blowing me up on Instagram, and she was sending me like a link to like some tribute video of her husband, and I'm like, okay, clearly this is a woman grieving still, but that's really got nothing to do with what I said on the radio. And I think she's like a tourist here on the show anyway. She's not a regular listener. I think she's somebody who was probably kind of popping around and heard a couple of my comments and didn't take too kindly, but I still thought that the whole thing was weird.
She knew the number.
Well, I give it all the time. Right. Because, Bill, I'm trying to engage with the audience. So the more that I can engage with them, the happier that I am.
Can I ask a question that you won't get upset with?
Nope. Yeah.
Do you think if there was less talking over one another, you would have had an easier time to see where she was coming from?
People accuse me of talking over people. You got to understand, I'm trying to keep this thing moving along.
I understand.
And when people call me and go, give me a whole bunch, that's not anything I can use. If somebody is engaging me conversationally, I give them more than enough time. When somebody calls me to scream at me, I'm not going to give them valuable airtime, which is what this is. I'm not trying to get a word in edgewise. If somebody, and we've had people that have called before that I can kind of joust with.
Right.
That's fine. She wanted nothing to do with that. She wanted to call and vent, which is fine, but I'm not going to air that for 5 minutes. So I'm going to get my point in to try to get her to either, I'm going to try to kind of de-escalate her, which she didn't seem to want to do.
But my
it's
question
not about,
is...
I don't have an interest in Mary, please, let me interrupt you. I don't have an interest in, there's a rhythm you have to maintain. I'm trying to maintain a momentum. And so when somebody's on the phone and they're just like giving me nothing
and just
or just
through.
ranting and screaming, I'm like, I can't do anything with that.
But I guess when I listened back to it, I was hearing things from her that kind of shed a little bit more light on where she was coming from. But because you guys, neither of you stopped talking, it felt like nobody was listening to one another.
Maybe. But what I got was, because I can still hear her even if I'm talking.
Right.
She might not be able to hear me because she's hearing me on the phone.
Yeah.
Or I'm hearing her through my headphones. Mm-hmm. So I'm probably at a bit of an advantage with a caller like that. But I heard her repeating herself a lot. So it wasn't like she was giving me new, and maybe she was trying to, in her mind, get that through my thick skull, but telling me how her husband died.
Right.
In no way is connected to what I was talking about with Rush Limbaugh, other than they had their cause of death in common. But that wasn't the point.
My question is, though, when you have a caller like that who is definitely she's coming from an emotional standpoint, not so much an analytical standpoint, would it be more beneficial to come at it in the same point of view? Because it's kind of like you guys are speaking two different languages. If she's speaking emotions and you're speaking like logic, it's going to clash. Does that make sense? So,
Hey, Mora, do you want to talk when I come back from the break?
Sure.
Okay, so Mora's on the phone,
there you
right?
go.
So I'll talk to her when we come back from the break.
Okay.
Round 2, baby. Round 2.
Well, no.
Ding,
No,
ding.
I could be cooler heads can prevail, and I could be 100% off base.
Right.
I got a scrunchie so you can put your hair in a ponytail. Let's do this.
Get him the Vaseline.
I'm hoping this all ends up with Mora and Rick getting together.
Stop.
He's going to stick it and move it.
Yeah.
All right, so let me take a break. 35192 if you want to text. Another chance to grab $1,000 at 5:30, so listen for that keyword.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Another $1,000 for in about 8 minutes, by the way. Last week to grab your buck ton of cash. 5:30, the next keyword. 216-578-1007 in here, or 800-348-1007. 35192 want to text me. Hey, Mora.
Hey, what
You want to do this again?
I've got a cooler mind today, but
I'll give you some. I'll give you some more. I'll give you some more room to breathe here. I'll give you some more room to breathe here.
All right. Why are you still talking about me?
Well, I'm not still talking about you. I'm talking.
Oh, wait a minute. And one thing I want to clear up with your listeners, I am not still DMing you. I put this to bed, remember, Alan? Friday morning at about 9 o'clock.
Okay, right. But you were like blowing me up in there.
Right.
I'm not lying, Mora.
Right.
You see, she doesn't want to. You don't want to have a conversation with me.
Okay, Alan, did you just tell people that I am still DMing you?
Didn't you just send me some video on Facebook?
No, and that was all last week.
Okay, I don't know. I go into my messages on Facebook, and there's some video you sent me. It looked like it was brand new.
No, it was all from last week.
Okay, well then, good. So what next?
Okay, I retract that Mora is still DMing me, because I'm not.
Okay, Mora, don't tell me what to say. I want to know what you've got to say. You called me, so let's have a civil conversation.
All right, I was clearing the air because I don't like what you said about me. I'm not infatuated with you, and no, Bill, I don't want to go anywhere near anybody in your radio station.
Again, Mora,
I'm perfectly fine.
Mora, I feel
And
like
I don't appreciate it.
Mora, I feel like you're just from the limited interactions we've had. I feel like you're somebody who's kind of humorless. You're taking things that are said off the cuff and taking them very seriously. Obviously, we're joking about fixing you up with another listener.
I mean, unless you're interested, you can make it happen.
That's not. You don't like him either. Apparently.
Mora, are you a regular? Was I right in saying that you just kind of stumbled onto this show? I assume you're not a regular listener.
I started listening to you because my sons listen to you until you get too liberal, and then they get pissed off and turn you off.
So they're snowflakes.
It runs in the family.
Yeah.
30-year-old twins.
They're what?
30-year-old twins.
30-year-old twin. Okay.
Ooh, are they single?
Listen, everyone's welcome here. That's fine. They don't have to agree with me. That's fine.
Well, that's the point that I was making. I'm trying to find out what they listen to, what are they into, and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of have to regain some kind of ground when your kids move out, get married, have their own family.
I see. Okay. So you're an empty nester then?
No, actually, my husband's mother lives with me.
No wonder you're angry. Okay.
I'm not angry. I'm actually pretty funny and pretty nice.
All right. Well, I'm just saying the limited interaction that I've had with you, there was evidence of the contrary there.
Right, of course, because
Right.
you received the fire of my Irish temper.
Well, I'm Irish too, but that's not an excuse. Irish people love to, listen, Mora, all I'm saying is that you immediately misrepresented what I said too when you called, which was what got my hackles up.
All right. You read a text from somebody about how, and I don't want to get into Rush, okay, how that person should have died a worse death.
A what death?
A worse death.
Yeah.
A worse death.
Yeah. Right. I was reading someone's text. That wasn't my opinion. I was reading different. A lot of people texted me with differing opinions.
Okay. But do you run that show?
It's my show, sure.
Yeah. You have the right to read what is appropriate and what is not, correct?
Yeah, you're proving my point for me.
Okay. So you read something you felt was appropriate to share, and I disagreed.
I was understood. But what I'd like to do, and this is a reason why I do have a lot of conservative listeners, Mora, is that it's a relatively free exchange of ideas. I don't like to tell people that I think they're wrong unless I think they're factually wrong. But if they're giving me an opinion that I don't agree with, that's their opinion. But you were misrepresenting something I said. You got angry because I read a listener's text. And other people got angry at me because I put you on the air. There were people angry at me because I even had you on as long as I did. But again, I like to kind of maintain a free exchange of ideas.
I'm not necessarily. I was a registered independent until I got pissed off that I couldn't vote in either primary, and I let the idiots on both sides of those parties put people in place that I had to vote for.
So who did you write somebody in? I saw a lot of people writing people in.
No, I didn't write any.
Who did you vote for?
That's personal.
You just mentioned how you were registered to vote.
I was.
Okay, I don't care how you voted, but you brought it up.
I don't have to. I'm not telling you who I vote for.
Okay, then why did you mention how you were registered politically?
Because you term me as this conservative, which goes in line with being the Republican Party, or like if I was more liberal, then I would be more Democrat.
Again, Mora, you're projecting a lot onto me. I didn't ask you anything. I'm not casting you. I mean, I think you made it very clear kind of which way you lean. I think that's fair to say.
I don't think you have any idea which way I lean.
Okay.
But, nonetheless, and why are you still talking about me, Alan?
Mora, I'm talking to you because you called me.
No, you keep mentioning my name.
Yes, because I keep getting letters from listeners and emails saying, "Boy, that Mora." So I'm glad you called back. We can clear the air.
Okay. All right. So why were you telling listeners that you were going to sick me on them?
Mora, this is a comedy show, all right? Not everything I say you can take literally.
So you don't want a job?
Right? I already have people texting me again that they're mad that I'm talking to you again. But again, I don't have any personal animus towards you. We don't even know each other, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I don't either. All I did was call to tell you I didn't like what you were saying.
Tell you what. How about?
I didn't like that you were in control of something and allowing what I perceive as poor behavior.
Right.
And
okay.
I don't think it should have been brought up that way. I mean, I understand you don't like people like Rush, and that's fine. I don't necessarily like everything he said either.
Right.
I'm not a big Rush fan. I can pretty much do without a lot of that stuff. But if I feel strongly about something, I want to let you know that. And I think, and you know in my DMs that I really believe that if you don't like the person, why talk about it?
Well, that's why you're not in showbiz.
So many other.
That's why you're not in showbiz. That's why you're not doing what I'm doing. I mean, you're doing what you're doing. I'm doing what I'm doing. You know, this is not a business that rewards people for keeping their mouths shut. Mora, it's talk radio.
Nobody asked you to keep your mouth shut, Alan. Pick a more relevant topic.
There's
what was
Mora?
Then the death of a giant of broadcasting. Okay, give me a more relevant topic. Let me do you a favor. Give me a more relevant topic.
How long did the people in Texas have notice before the storm hit so they could all do something to protect themselves instead of being victims?
Oh, God. Mora, how should they have protected? They don't have access to the power grid. It's an independent power grid. They can't even borrow energy from the rest of the country. How should they have protected themselves against sub-zero temperatures?
Did they know? Did they know?
No. Meteorology is not... Mora, meteorology is not an exact science.
All right, they told us about 2 weeks ago we were going to get this storm.
Yes, but this is also the Midwest where the power grid is prepared for whatever happens.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, Mora, listen. I hope that
talk about Cuomo.
I hope that I make you happy right now by telling you that I'm not going to bring you up again.
Thank you. That makes me very happy.
Thank you, Mora. I appreciate the call. There's Mora who checked back in to make sure that I don't know what the hell she want to make sure, but there you go. Hey, Brian's in Tucson. What's going on, Brian? My nephew just moved to Tucson. How are you?
I know. That's why I was calling. My phone call won't be that, I guess, entertaining.
Don't say her name. Don't say her name.
I certainly hope that this is relevant information.
Well, I mean, it could be relevant. I've lived in Tucson for my whole life, and I mean, I loved it. And
this isn't the guy who called last week about Tucson, is he?
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
There was a guy that called last week that was like, "Oh, I lived in Pennsylvania, and then my friend got killed by a guy in Scotland." And, okay.
Yeah, he's like, ask me anything. I got it.
Yeah.
You said he's going to do something in like aeronautical or like air.
Yeah, he's going to work. He's going to be. Yeah, he's an airline mechanic, so he's going to be working on planes for Delta or something. Okay, thank you, Brian. I've got $1,000 to give to you here. It's a buck ton of cash. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. It's a buck ton of cash. Time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword SMILE, S-M-I-L-E, to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's SMILE to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
Speaking of airline mechanics, I assume everybody saw the video of that exploded engine on that United flight out of Denver.
Wild. Yeah, that was
crazy.
I didn't see the video, but I read the article.
Yeah. A United Airlines flight out of Denver, so they weren't even in the air that long, right? Because it was headed to Hawaii. And the stories were all the story was all about how they were like raining debris over the state of Colorado.
Could you imagine if you were like over the ocean? You'd be screwed at that point.
Well, you'd certainly have to find a place to land. Yeah, you're right.
Are there like
I don't know if there's military bases. I don't think so.
Not for a 777. Like was it a 777?
Yeah, big one.
Yeah.
They're decommissioning a bunch of them while they figure it out. I guess.
Yeah, they can't land that on an aircraft carrier.
I don't know what they can do.
I don't either.
They gotta use like wires to stop the planes that land on there.
Yeah, that's true. United Airlines flight out of Denver had to return to the Denver airport because one of the engines exploded after takeoff. And you probably saw there were a couple of people who had posted, "This is outside my window."
That's terrifying.
It's like the Twilight Zone, you know?
It's like Final Destination, where they're, oh, no, thank you. That's insane.
Mayday, Mayday, United 328 Heavy, Mayday, Mayday aircraft. United Denver, departure, United 328 Heavy, Mayday aircraft, just experienced engine failure, need a turn immediately.
There's a big boom, the kind of sound you don't want to hear when you're on an airplane. And I instantly put my shade up, and I was pretty frightened to see that the engine on my side was missing.
My wife and I were sitting inside the house. We heard this big bang, and then all of a sudden there was a bang and a crash. This object just rolls right in front of our house, right out the front window, trying to figure out what it is. And as soon as I open the door, I go, uh-oh, it's an engine part.
Yeah, you got a giant metal hoop in your front yard flaming, you know. Years ago, they would have people that would have like giant, you know, like pissbergs fall on their house or whatever, because there'd be a crack in the plane next to the lavatory. And there would be a leak, you know, and at 36,000 feet, it's very cold. So that stuff would freeze and eventually fall off the plane and fall onto someone's house. I don't know if your homeowner's coverage takes care of pissbergs falling from 25,000 feet onto your house.
Act of God, right?
No, it was an active gym in 3240. It's like C, you know?
Active gym. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this here, proud to speak. If you're Jim in C29A, please come to the cockpit. Got some questions for you about a John dump you took in the forward lavatory. Also, anybody who complained about having to wear a cloth mask on this flight is forbidden from putting on your oxygen mask. Should they happen to drop from the ceiling, it's just us exercising our corporate freedom. Also, you might have noticed that there is an engine on fire. And if you're in a window seat closest to the flaming engine, I'd also like you to refrain from taking pictures and posting them to social media. Please don't. Oh, there's one already. Please don't do that. Oh, there's another one. Please, we've got to ask before the NTSB can look over this.
Do you want me to tag you in this photo?
What's the hashtag?
Please, I'm already seeing the accounts pop up here. Shatpants216, please remove that photo. Katie Jew Boobs, please remove your photo as well. Dutch Oven 200, if you could, again, please
Hey, maybe if you just fly the plane and get off Instagram, you wouldn't have had an engine blow up.
All right, stewardesses will be around with some beverages. We know you have a lot of choices in air travel, and thank you for choosing the one with 3 engines.
That's all I got. Anything else? All I got.
All right, so if you're on that plane and you think you're going to die, what do you start doing?
I'd probably start praying. No joke.
I'm confessing to everything.
You're not going to try and pop one off?
You're in your last moments, and that's what you think?
You get one last little bit of pleasure if you think you're going to die.
I would, honestly, if I was connected to their Wi-Fi, I'd probably try to call a family member who has
but
an
if
iPhone
you're
or
talking
something.
about that's not this though. You're talking about. I mean, most airline pilots will tell you the planes that are that big, they can lose an engine. Worst
Right.
case, it's not
Okay,
the worst
right,
case
yes.
scenario. You're talking about in a 600-mile-an-hour uncontrolled vertical dive is what you're yeah. Right, you're not
You're
coming out
going
of it.
to die.
The
This
last
This is one where it'd be embarrassing. The engine blew up, and you just start
Tossing
chugging drinks and tossing off, and be like, all right, who wants to do it with me? We're gonna die. And they're like, sir, we're gonna be fine. You're just gonna.
Now you're just trying to keep me calm. Nope.
It's like we can
So
see the
we're
runway.
turning back around to Denver Airport, sir. Please put that back in your pants.
Put your penis back in your pants.
Sir. God, I was reading about, speaking of sperm, I was reading about this woman who was in line to buy a coat at Marshall's in the Bronx, and a guy just walks up to her and spews on her coat.
Jeez.
And I was like, imagine the timing on that. Just the timing. You walk up and she's standing there waiting. The guy,
Don't
walks
be fooled
up
by the spots that I got.
right out there in the Bronx, just standing at a Marshall's, and you got some guy walks right up and ejaculates on you. Good grief!
Couldn't even be at a Target.
Okay, but what was she wearing?
She's wearing one of those long, puffy coats.
Oh, she's
one of those
asking for it, probably.
Form-fitting, long, puffy coats.
Yeah. Was her hood up or was her hair out?
I didn't see
What color was her hair?
Didn't see that.
It wasn't a pea coat.
How much ankle was she showing?
Don't know. Hey, Matt, hello.
Hello?
Hello, Matt. What's going on?
Yes. Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, you guys were talking about the Boeing flight and how the engine going out and how that works out if they're over the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's actually part of the for twin engines. That's part of the it's called an ETOPS rating. I'm not entirely sure. Extended Twin Engine Operation Performance Safe Standard or something like that. And basically, each plane is rated for a distance it can be from an airport, like an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours. And so they can only be that far from an airport in case an engine goes out. That way they have enough time to get back to an airport to land. Because they, as you said, they only need one engine to land. So
they only need one to land?
Yeah, I mean, because the reason every passenger airplane has two engines is just in case one goes out. They have the time and the ability to get to a runway to land at safely. You obviously need two. They're not going to take off with just one, but if one does go out mid-flight, they're going to land as soon as they can.
Yeah.
But they're more than capable of getting somewhere within a certain time. So that was like the whole big thing with the Dreamliner. Like you can go, its range is so far, was because it's so lightweight. It has efficient engines. And that's also why you see a lot of these twin engine jets nowadays. Like 30, 40 years ago, all sorts of the ocean traveling jets were all three engine jets, because they just didn't have the reliability. They didn't trust the reliability of two engines over oceans at that time.
Matt, are you an engineer or just an airline aficionado?
Let's go with both. Both. I mean, both is true.
Well, I mean, I imagine if that was your vocation, you'd have to be an aficionado. I just didn't know if you were a guy who knew a lot about planes or if you did it professionally.
I don't do it professionally, but I do know. I knew I guess definitely a lot more than the average person.
Well, yeah, all right. Okay, thank you, man. I appreciate the thank you. That's what I'm saying. I don't know anything about anything.
What was more fascinating this week? The video from like the plane engine or the videos of Mars?
We know how he felt about Mars.
Oh, the plane engine.
He can do something with that. Going to Mars doesn't mean anything.
Well, no one's life is in danger if there's a drone helicopter on Mars, is my point. Those people could have died in that plane. We don't, that's what was so immediate and terrifying about it. You're like, oh my God.
Science could have died on Mars.
Yeah, and the way we're going through natural resources on this planet, Alan, we're all in danger.
Yeah.
Huh.
Life forces and water on the planet.
Life force, water.
It's about water and Mars.
The helicopter's
drones
drones dropping off Amazon Prime.
You don't know about it.
Okay, let me take a break. If you want to get a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
see about the Frosted Flakes in Cincinnati?
Yep.
Holy cow.
I didn't see that. What happened?
What a circuitous route. Who knew they were running drugs like up the Ohio River? And I guess I think of things coming through kind of major ports, but I guess they have more heat on them there. But the port customs at the port of Cincinnati seized almost $3 million worth of cocaine that were coating cornflakes.
But my question, how do you just eat them? Like, how do you get the coke off of
They
the
tested it.
cornflakes?
Well, I'll read this to you as written. Cincinnati, which obviously right in the Ohio River there. But, man, what a long route to try to get drugs. It was headed to a private residence in Hong Kong from South America. So, like, hey, these might get to you by June. They opened a box and they saw cereal with white powder and flakes that were coated in a, quote, grayish substance. They tested the flakes and found that they contained cocaine. 44 pounds of cocaine-coated cornflakes. Boy, they really got to get creative with these. You know, you can't stuff them in dildos anymore or bowling pins or whatever. They're coating cornflakes with them. Street value of almost $3 million that they caught through the port of Cincinnati.
Right, but my point is, once it gets to the people it's supposed to get to, what are they gonna? They have a cereal party where like you just get real hopped up. Like you can't get the coke off of the cornflake.
I don't know,
You know
what
I
they
mean?
can do. Well, it's at a private residence, so maybe this was a guy who wanted coke
and cornflakes.
And cornflakes.
So he's just gonna have some big banger 24-hour cereal party where you just eat the cornflakes.
Are they cornflakes or frosted flakes?
Frosted flakes. Yeah. Well, cornflakes coated
With-
and
yeah.
they're passing
So
them
they
off as
come,
frosted flakes.
yeah.
I would
They're
love to be
great.
invited to that. Yeah, I have never done cocaine, but that sounds like a good time.
Kellogg's and a drug cartel from South America bring you the newest breakfast cereal.
Yeah, I don't want that. But yeah. So congratulations to the Customs and Border Patrol in Cincinnati.
They're great.
Which I didn't even realize was a thing. Because I don't know that much
Because,
about
yeah.
Cincinnati. Well, I know they're in a river, but I got to
Ohio
tell you,
River
I
is a
didn't
big
know they were
river.
running drug barges up the Ohio River. I mean, makes sense now that I read it, but I never thought about it. I know
get
dick
creative.
about Cincinnati, so.
I like to think that the guy who's receiving it in Japan got frustrated. They're like, "Listen, dude, we don't know how to get this to you," and he's like, "I don't care how you get it here. Put it in cereal for all I care." And
Yep.
they hang up. They're like, "I don't know, man. He said to put it in cereal."
Right.
What's cereal?
And I would love to imitate how a guy from Hong Kong would pronounce cornflakes, but I'm not going to do that.
And why not?
Growth. That's why.
Personal growth. 2021.
There he is.
I imagine he would just say cornflakes because he's communicating with people in English and he's gotten very good at it over the years.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, you could be right. Hey, Cavs are off tonight. You can still get Monsters hockey if you want. You got a night off from basketball. Dig on some hockey. Monsters are playing the Ice Hogs of Rockford, Illinois, outside Chicago. Puck drops 7 o'clock. That's on 1350 The Gambler, which is one of our stations. So 7 o'clock tonight, Monsters hockey. And then tomorrow night, the Cavaliers back at it here at home, the Romo Fijo, hoping to stop their 10-game losing streak. Tomorrow night. Who, Dominique Dawkins and the Atlanta Hawks?
No.
Is it Wilkins or Dawkins that played for the
Wilkins.
Hawks? Wilkins. Dominique Wilkins. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. They have come up with double-digit losses in 9 of their last 10 games. So, Cavs hoping to, as the kids say, stop the slide tomorrow night. But Monsters hockey tonight over on 1350 The Gambler. I'm going to have to check that station out. I think that's where the great Mark Munch Bishop is. 1350 The Gambler.
Somebody messaged me. You can get the coke off of it.
I guess if you want the coke that bad,
If you
yeah.
want the coke that bad, you'll do it.
You'll figure it out.
Listen, I'm sure
One
there are people
flake at a time.
who know how to do it. None of us in this room are privy to that information.
Well, you just get more productive as you get one off, and then two, and then you're flying through those boxes. You know,
Just get a tweezer and a toothbrush.
That's all you need.
You're ready to go. Alan, I was listening to the podcast, specifically the Poundcake selling his poop segment. Finally, my art history class from college paid off. I remember learning about an Italian artist named Piero Manzoni who canned his own poop and labeled it Artist's Shrimp. This was in 1961. If you Google this or Wikipedia it, you'll see these old-timey, they look like tuna fish cans.
Ooh.
And they were, the value was originally the equivalent to the weight of gold. So at that point, $37 per can. He sold a total of 9 cans. Some individual cans within the past 10 years that are still out there have sold for between $130,000 and $330,000. So not so far-fetched for Poundcake to sell his poop. Tell him to see what he could get for it on an open market.
And he's going to do it in a jar, so you're going to be able to see what you're getting, not some can where you don't even know if there's actual poop in there.
Is this tuna?
He's
Is this
gonna
poop?
have
What
a
is it?
jar.
Well, it was correctly labeled.
And it's going to be ranked, too, because...
Ranked?
It's going to be ranked indeed.
Ranked. Well, listen, but the hook here is the rarity. You can't just have... You can't have...
It's going to be healthy poop because I'm on my diet, so it's going to be like...
When did this diet start?
I don't think they're concerned
Literally
about the
today.
health of your fecal matter.
I think it matters, though.
Does it? I don't know that anyone was checking out this guy's diet. I mean, they probably figured it was...
I didn't study it. I had to study 20 million year old poop in dinosaurs class.
In your dinosaurs class.
Every time he says it, I can't. I can't.
And his oceans class. Everybody, welcome to Dinosaurs.
I know that it's real, and I know that we've proven that it's real.
Piss me off.
It just makes me laugh. It's just such a silly,
There's a
straightforward
Star
thing.
Wars class. Like,
Yes, that's what college seems to be in 2021. It's still ridiculous.
That's why it's so expensive now, though, because you got to get the licensing.
Your syllabus is a membership to Disney
Come
Plus.
on, Biden. Write off my student loans. Thank you very much.
Fingers crossed, man. Fingers crossed.
Well, he said he might forgive $10,000, but
Yeah, he told that.
He's still in forbearance.
He told that woman at the town hall, he's like, I'm not going to do that.
He said he's not going to do an executive order if Congress passes.
Right.
Then
well, for a lot of people, though, listen, every little bit helps, but $10,000 is like a drop in the bucket for some. Yeah,
I'd only have 10,000 or 20,000 left. I have 34,000.
You have 34,000 left.
I have 34,000 that I like. I've only paid like maybe 1,000 on it. Like, because I did the bare minimum because I wasn't making any money. I wasn't even making money back then.
I understand.
So I knocked out maybe like $1,000 off of my loans, which is nothing. I'll pay on it till I die.
I understand.
I think I'm down to I'm under 50, I think.
Because you had 70?
I had almost 80.
Well, that's a lot then. You were doing a good job.
Dude, my payments were like $500 a month for a long time. It's BS because there was a part where I couldn't do forbearance again. There was a short period of time, I couldn't do forbearance because you can only do it once every few years or something like that. And I had made a bunch of money because I had 3 bartending jobs. So an income-driven repayment plan wasn't helping me. They're like, you're making enough money for this.
Yeah, I just paid mine off. I paid like $1,000 a month for 30 years.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
But when I was working, was able to do it. It just sucked.
Alan, they soak the cornflakes in a liquid solution to separate the cocaine and collect it. See, we knew people would know. We don't know. We are ignorant entirely of the ways of extracting cocaine from cornflakes. And then what do you do with the cornflakes?
Eat them. Give them to your kids.
You get a contact high from them?
Reflake them, yeah.
Reflake them. All right, well, that's something. That's something. By the way, speaking of, this is a great story.
Is it?
I liked it just because I'm glad that it. Rover, the morning show here, used to be on a station in Rochester called The Zone. They have affiliates all around the country, and I think they're on. That was not a station that was owned by this company, and I think now they're on the station that is owned by this company. It's been a lot of different things over the years, but right now I think it's like a hot talk station or something. And they're on in the morning. But the station that they were on, and I had to double check this with Doogie too. I was texting her earlier about this. Their old station was called The Zone, WZNE, and they have a different show on there now. And, over the course of this past year, radio stations have been slashing staff left and right. I mean, there's a reason, a lot of people we work with are working from home, but there are a lot of people that just don't work here anymore either.
And we won't know till everyone comes back.
Right. Well, the people who are gone are gone.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, we know who's gone. But this station in Rochester called The Zone, as part of, just cutting costs over the pandemic, they got rid of all their weekend staff. They got rid of like part-timers. You know how we lost the great Corey Roddick here at MMS? They lost like a bunch of their part-timers. One of them was a guy named Gorilla. Just one of these standard big fat radio guys. His name was Ryan DePaul. He went by Gorilla. He hosted a metal show on Saturday nights, and he hosted a local music show called Zone Grown. And this guy won $1 million in the Mountain Dew Super Bowl promotion.
Oh, wow.
So some dude
good for him.
who loses like his weekend, specialty show job, which God bless them. Most stations aren't even doing those anymore because who cares? But he won $1 million from Mountain Dew in the Super Bowl. I guess they did this thing. I don't remember this commercial.
John Cena.
Count the bottles. This guy counted the bottles. I don't know how he did it or if he just threw a number out and happened to do it. So what was it? Because I didn't see this commercial.
So it was like him and I don't know who he was with. He was driving in a car that had this new flavor of Mountain Dew bottles
Major Melon.
all over. And it was lining the streets and there were billboards and this and that.
Oh, so you had to guess how many bottles.
You guessed. Nobody was actually counting because there was so many different. It was like the door handle of a restaurant would have a Mountain Dew bottle. So people were just tweeting random numbers.
He correctly guessed 243 bottles.
I guessed 283. I was so close.
Like that's not even close. That's not close at all.
2 and the 3 were right.
Yeah, but it's not the pick 3.
If that were lottery, I would have made money.
Well, that's true. Yeah, but as it turns out, not the lottery.
BS.
So they wanted people to count the bottles, and the first person to guess correctly and tweet it won $1 million. And it was this weekend dude from this station in Rochester.
Good for him.
Who lost his gig over the pandemic.
Now he's got that Dew money.
Yeah.
He's taking Doom out to a whole nother level.
It couldn't have happened to a nicer or more deserving guy, said Zone PD Kobe.
He's Kobe.
Oh, actually, I know Kobe. I think he and I were in Pittsburgh at the same time.
Kobe Cope?
Pardon me?
Is that his name? Kobe
No. This is a white dude. Kobe, he's from Rochester, so I think he's at home now. But I think he and I were in Pittsburgh at the same time. Or he was coming as I was going. Something.
This is so incestuous, this business.
Well, and there's fewer and fewer jobs, so the circles were getting smaller and smaller. But yeah, he correctly guessed 243 bottles, and now he gets $1 million.
Well, 600,000.
Whatever.
Yeah,
dude.
how are you going to live off that?
Gimme.
Up until 3 months ago, you were hosting a Saturday night Metallica show. Now you have 600 grand. I think you'll be doing okay, living high in the hog in Rochester.
You think he moves?
Nah. Guys like that don't move.
Yeah, and also 600 grand
that'll
goes a
set you up
long way
nice in Rochester.
Yeah. Why move?
Set you up nice in a lot of places. That's one of those jobs that you just.
Oh, how much was it? 243?
Yes.
I counted 236. I was even
you
closer.
You still would have been wrong.
I know.
God.
But I was only off by 7.
Guess what? I didn't even see the commercial, and you and I got the same amount of money.
Listen.
I didn't guess at all.
I was only 7 away.
I was 243 away. Well, we both ended up with $0.
Same results.
Yeah, well, mine's more exciting.
Same results.
You know what? You have no joy.
By proxy.
If I won $1 million, I wouldn't give you any of it for talking to me that way.
Hi-oh.
I wouldn't even pay for your YouTube TV subscription.
Is it a promise or a threat? Alan, what was your total amount owed when you graduated from college? I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I paid like $1,000 a month, $1,100 a month, something like that for 30 years. So, I mean, my school was like $42,000 a year, I think. So, ouch. Whatever that, you're kicking the beginning. I was working this in this business a long time before I made any money. So you're kicking that can down the road and it just builds up and builds up. So, there's a part of me that's surprised I paid it off. I just looked at it one day and I was like, I didn't know it was that low. It wasn't low, but it was low enough where I could finally blow it out.
Yeah. My car payment's getting like that. My car payment's getting to a point where I'm like, if I were to, by the end of the year, if I were to do things right, I could pay it all off in one chunk. But I don't know. It's just so much money.
I know, but man, I'm telling you, taking the hit and just writing them one last
That's
check.
what I'm saying. And then and everyone's like, oh, it doesn't save you any money. I'm like, my interest rate is like 23%. Like, my credit has been terrible for so long. And everyone's like, oh, refinance it, do this, do that. And I'm like, or I could just do this for a couple more months.
I mean,
and then
they have
just
a
write
point,
my
but it's
check.
still all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
It's like you either want it hanging over your head or you don't.
Ooh, I spent so much money on smoke and mirrors. You don't want to get into that. I went through a magic phase.
These were supposed to be frost-free.
Yeah.
Alan, when Bill said reflake them, I had a flashback of Pee Wee Herman. Reflake them? Make them? I don't know. I didn't watch Pee Wee Herman.
I watched that show one time. I was day drinking with some friends down near Akron, and we got super, super wasted like we normally did. And then I went back to their place because I couldn't drive home. And we smoked a bunch of weed, and they were like, this is what we've been doing lately. So I was really high and really drunk, and I watched my first ever episode of Pee-wee's Playhouse. And I was like, this is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Smoke weed every day.
I couldn't get into it.
Well, and
my friend, me?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
That
Pee-wee's
show.
Playhouse?
It was the
Yeah, it was a
80s,
kid's
right?
show, yeah.
Right, but I mean, I had friends that were way into Pee-wee's Playhouse.
We also were.
But you also don't know how joy works, so that plays into it.
I just find
Not
it.
according to Mary.
I'm just not on board with where everyone else finds it. I'm not one of the sheeple, Bill.
He's a free thinker.
Yeah, Pee-wee's Playhouse, 1986.
So you were
15 years old.
I feel like it was more for children.
It wasn't
like
really
little
for kids. It was for stoners.
It was weird, dude.
Yeah.
Well, we were also. It was very terrifying, but we were also doing it as a drinking game. So every time he said the magic word or the word of the day or whatever it was, we had to take a shot.
Ooh.
I fell asleep on the couch quickly, but it was very strange, and I didn't like it.
Yeah.
Hey, zombie.
I guess I couldn't. I never got into Pee Wee Herman in general. Like I didn't think the movies were funny.
Is he still in jail?
No, he was in jail for like a weekend.
Okay, I didn't
know. I liked him in other movies. Like he was in Blow. He was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah.
I liked him.
Dunstan checks in.
Dunstan.
It's a big one.
I liked him in other things.
They still have movie
He's
theaters.
like teenage Mr. Bean to me. Like I don't
Yeah.
know. What?
They still have movie theaters like where you can view porn.
No.
Well, that's what he did that
It's called
in like
your television.
1992 or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the only reason why I knew Pee Wee Herman, because I never watched the show. But
In Florida, he did it.
That feels like something that would not even make the papers these days.
In Florida,
Yeah, in Florida,
do whatever you want.
Pee Wee Herman in a porn theater cranking it. They're like, yeah.
And was he like
No
the
big
only
deal.
one?
He's wearing his mask.
No,
Now
that's
you-
what people would do.
Now you got to do it on a woman in line at Marshall's in the Bronx to get in the news.
Right.
Okay, I got to take a break. You want to get the last word in? Do that. There'll be another $1,000 waiting for you, closer to 6:30. Buck ton of cash and money to go along with that keyword. So be listening for that. 35192 if you want to text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
100.7
WMMS.
Okay, we got to roll. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out today. We'll talk to you again tomorrow afternoon. Do it all over again. Hopefully, better than ever. What you got coming up, William?
This Sunday, doing a show at Hilarities. It's the crowd work show I do called Jokes on You with my buddy John Bruton. It's very, very fun. Get those tickets. It's pretty close to sold out already, so get them while you can. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire, and check out the Bill Squire Show on YouTube and iHeartRadio.
Mary Lynn?
This Friday, my debut album, Hillbilly Bougie, comes out. You can get it anywhere that you listen to comedy. Excuse me. I have the link to do the pre-order for the next 4 days in my Instagram and Twitter bio, so you can just follow me on Instagram at Mary Santora Comedy and Twitter, Mary_Santora.
Poundcake?
Just Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram.
Okay, cool. I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. If you guys need to hit me up for anything, if you need one of the Alan Cox Show stickers, if you're a bureau chief or whatever, maybe you've got some unsightly cracks that you want to cover up, you can always email me. Drop a message anytime. The Alan Cox Show After Hours line is 216-986-8903. You can listen. The podcast is on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you podcasts. And you can watch if you like. The YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. It's where we are on Facebook as well. And another $1,000 for you, close to 6:30, about 5 minutes away here. It's a buck ton of cash, so keep your ears peeled for that keyword. And Rachel Elliott is next after 6:30. Thank you guys very much for hanging out today. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, and I will see you in